Morning. The Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025, regular Board of County Commissioners meeting will now be called to order. We'll begin with a moment of silent reflection for the first responders and members of our armed forces, followed by an invocation by none other than Chaplain Louis Trout from the Indian River County Jail, not from the jail.
Sheriff's Department. We're police.
I just want to clarify that, Chaplain.
You can just say Sheriff's Department. It sounds a little
Yes.
non-criminal or whatever.
And then we'll continue with the Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Susan Adams. Please rise.
Father, your word says in Luke 14, for which of you, desiring to build a tower, does not first sit down and count the cost, whether he has enough to complete it? Lord, this is our prayer for the county commissioners today and each day going forward. In their hearts, they plan a course, but we pray that you establish their steps. Let them not make decisions based solely upon their wisdom, but with your wisdom. As we look at this agenda today, Lord, is filled with many important topics, and we pray your guidance for them as they go through the agenda today and through every agenda in the future. We place this meeting in your hands. We place their hearts and their minds in your hands so that you may continue to direct them as they guide the future of our county. Lord, as we recognize our 100-year centennial, we thank you for having your hand upon Vero Beach these past 100 years. It's been a haven and a paradise for many people, and we pray for the next 100 years you will continue to have your hand upon this beautiful city. And we ask it in your Son's name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Moving on, talking about the additions, deletions to the agenda items. We do have the county attorney has requested the closed session regarding the Sol case be removed from the agenda at this time. There will also be an executive session, 2 executive sessions at the end of this meeting, but we will have 2 separate executive sessions upstairs in the conference room. I will announce it, and then at that point, we will return back here to close the meeting. It's not anticipated that any business will be conducted when we return back to the chambers. It's just a matter of official documentation that the executive session has ended. It's anticipated that these executive sessions may take an hour at each point, so they will be lengthy. But you're welcome to stay to see us come back and close the meeting. Thank you. Is there anything else?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to delete item 14B1 with respect to Calcutta Docks. I believe each commissioner has received a correspondence from a concerned group in that area, and if we could toll that and reschedule that for another date. Mr. Chair, you got a second here?
And second, and most certainly supportable. Any further comments on that deletion?
Not in favor of it.
You're not in favor of?
Calcutta dock deletion.
Okay. Commissioner Adams? Okay. Thank you, Council. Anything further? With that, we'll accept a motion for approval of the agenda as adjusted.
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Vice Chairman Law. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed?
Opposed, nay.
Motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Moss dissenting. We'll move right along to the proclamations. We have a presentation proclamation dedicating May 6th through the 12th as Nurse Week in Indian River County, and that will be presented by Vice Chairman Law. Vice Chairman Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and if our nurses that are present could please come forward. And Mr. Chair, as we greet the nurses, we thank them. And I was thinking earlier that not only is it a very defined profession, but in fact, it's a lifestyle. In fact, I was with my daughter-in-law over Easter, and she's a nurse, and we've had a lot of conversation about modern-day nursing, so thank you. It's my pleasure to read this proclamation. This proclamation dedicating May 6th through the 12th as Nurse Week 2025. Whereas registered nurses are the largest healthcare profession in the United States, providing essential high-quality care in hospitals, clinics, long-term care facilities, and community settings. Whereas nurses play a crucial role in promoting health, preventing illness, and ensuring the wellness of individuals and families across stages of life. Whereas professional nursing is a crucial component of the safe, effective, and accessible healthcare meeting the increasing complex healthcare needs of our growing and aging population. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners on this date, recognizing May 6th through the 12th as Nurse Week, encouraging all residents to recognize this claim. Approved by all five county commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If I may allow to speak very
Certainly.
quickly.
Please do.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Maritas Quinto. I'm an advanced practice nurse and a doctor of nursing practice, and I am here on behalf of the 440,000 nurses in Florida, most especially here in Indian River County. This morning, I had a pleasure to meet 3 nurses from Indian River County, and Ms. Wendy Harper is right here with me today. I also met Peggy and Pat Draper this morning, and I wanted to share how wonderful your nurses are here in Indian River County. I've only been a nurse for 21 years to be exact, but I met these 3 lovely women who've been nurses for more than 40, 50 years. And I encourage everyone to always thank a nurse and be grateful for the nurses that you have in our county. Nurses are your true advocates. We care for our patients, and even though our nursing profession has been this long, the core of nursing stays the same. We serve our community, and we care for you. So thank you so much for sponsoring and supporting our nurses, and we are so grateful that we are here again, and you're sponsoring the proclamation for Nurses Week. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And again, Chair, it's more than a profession, it's a lifestyle.
Most certainly. No, please stay. I have to say that some of us have had some hospital stays and some attendance in the medical facility, and oftentimes the docs get the Rock Star Award. But I have to say that without the nurses, when you're staying at a hospital, not by choice, the nurses make the difference as far as the administering, and the care and comfort that are provided. It all happens from the nurses. And we appreciate that. We also appreciate the amount of education that you have to go through in order to deliver the type of service that's necessary when we're at our worst to make us our best.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for acknowledging.
Thank you for everything that you do.
Come on up.
Come on up.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. So you're a nurse?
I'm a nurse.
How long have you been doing this?
Well, I'm 80 years old this year, and I am still actively licensed in Florida and Pennsylvania. I went through a diploma program, which was a 3-year program, but I was back in the age where they didn't have the college degree programs. You went to a college for 2 years in liberal arts. I went to a little place called Lebanon Valley College outside of Hershey, Pennsylvania. So I graduated in '68 with my BSN in nursing. And then I went to Temple University to get a master's degree, a certification in gerontology, and I would have been a nurse practitioner or a PhD if times had been different back then, but I've been a nurse for basically 60 years. To the fact that, yes, we all think of our professional nurses, especially within the hospital. But in today's situation, especially in Florida, where we have an aging population, we do a lot more than just hospital work. We're advocates for patients. We do home health care. We do a lot of other community things, and I'm very actively involved in what's called faith community nursing in Florida through tying the spiritual as well as the physical and the mental. And they're for all of the faiths. We do training courses for the diocese as well as for an organization called Faith Community Nurses of Southeastern Florida. And we try to get nurses involved even when they're retired in helping and continuing to advocate for their community. So it's not just the hospitals where we think of nurses, but it is also throughout an individual's lifespan. And we're glad to serve.
Thank you again. I don't know. Next item is reflection of UF IFAS extension in Indian River County volunteers. We have some volunteers today.
Just a few of our many volunteers. Crowd around wherever you like. Wonderful. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity today to recognize our amazing volunteers that we have in UF IFAS Extension in Indian River County during National Volunteer Appreciation Week. So here with Indian River County Extension, we rely on the dedication and contributions of our volunteers. They play a crucial role in delivering educational programs, supporting community projects, and enhancing the overall effectiveness of our services. We have 4-H volunteers and Master Gardener volunteers who bring invaluable expertise, enthusiasm, passion, and commitment to our mission of extending knowledge and improving lives. Our 4-H volunteers, like club leaders, co-leaders, and other dedicated adults, lead and support our 4-H community clubs, our in-school and after-school programs, and state 4-H events. They work tirelessly mentoring and guiding young people in various educational endeavors, competitive events, and community service activities. Their involvement helps foster leadership skills, community awareness, and personal growth among our county's youth. Our Master Gardener volunteers provide crucial support in horticultural education. They assist with public workshops, community gardens, outreach events, and they also serve in our office plant clinic where they do individual consultations to help people identify pests and diseases in their lawn, identify plants, and come up with landscape plans. Their expertise in Florida-friendly gardening practices helps enhance the environmental stewardship and horticultural knowledge of all of our residents. In 2024, our volunteers made an incredible impact through their dedicated service. The combined efforts of our 75 volunteers amounted to 5,658 hours of volunteer time given to our community. This equates to 2.7 additional positions in addition to our small but mighty team of 4 staff, which helps to increase our office's workforce and is just an impressive contribution to our office and our community, and we couldn't do our work without them. The monetary value of those volunteer hours is estimated at an extraordinary $178,849, which is an incredible cost savings that our volunteers contribute in addition to their extensive expertise and efforts to our programs. This enabled us to offer nearly 1,000 educational programs in 2024 and reach over 11,600 county residents with our programs. So we could not be prouder and more grateful for our volunteers here in Indian River County Extension. They truly make an amazing impact to our community, and we couldn't do the great work that we do without them. So thank you for helping us to recognize their efforts and achievements and dedication to this county and Indian River County Extension today. Thank you. They're shy and humble. Sure, absolutely. Come on up.
I've been often looking for other things to, sorry, to fulfill my life. And it was very surprising to find volunteering is very self-rewarding. Not only can you feel productive, but you're giving something back to the community that you love and live in. And you get a chance to make new friends, new people, and so much better. So thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Could we get a picture?
I know that the organization has tentacles in many areas, many other areas in development for our youth as well. And without the volunteers, it just can't happen. No organization can have the effectiveness that 4-H has with the paid individuals to execute some of the finest work. It takes all of you, and we truly appreciate the fact that you commit your time to the development of our youth and agricultural endeavors in our community, because it does take a village, and you are part of that voluntary village. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. You got a shoulder patch. Yeah. Usually, customarily, we're taking that check and seeing the clerk and getting it into the bank. But you've deposited it to the larger bank, and that's our community. Thank you. Next item is a proclamation recognizing April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. And I'll accept the honor to present this proclamation. This proclamation is recognizing April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas children are vital to our future success, and every child has the right to grow up safe, healthy, happy, and free from abuse. And whereas all children deserve to receive love, nurturing, and care, and live in communities that foster their healthy growth and development. And whereas child abuse, neglect, abandonment is a community responsibility affecting both the current and future quality of life of any community. And whereas Hibiscus Children's Family Center has been saving children's lives for 40 years. Hibiscus upholds the legacy of transforming the lives of children and families and embraces opportunities that can potentially change the way society cares for children. Whereas Hibiscus Children's Center provides a safe haven, mental health counseling, educational services, and career training for vulnerable youth. The generous community has supported Hibiscus for over 4 decades and helps to provide youth with a strong foundation for the future and give them every opportunity to thrive and reach their full potential. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County, Florida, that in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month, we honor the unwavering commitment of the individuals dedicated to protecting children and providing safe environments for children on the Treasure Coast since its founding in 1985. Duly adopted this 22nd day of April 2025, and it is signed by all 5 county commissioners. Our commitment to you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, everyone. I'm Matt Markley. I'm CEO of Hibiscus Children's Center, and it is a pleasure and an honor to be here today. I know that you commissioners have a lot of work to do, and you take the time to issue these proclamations, which raises awareness of everything that we do in this community. It's hard to top the nurses and the volunteers, but if you look at the proclamations, you're raising awareness. It is Child Abuse Prevention Month, but I would be remiss if I didn't just talk a little bit about Hibiscus Children's Center. I think it said 3. Was there a 0 behind that 3 minutes to talk? Or
No, sir.
no, not 30. Okay.
You can speak as all as you wish.
I'm kidding. But honestly, 40 years, think about that. I'm not sure, I was not here, I'm not originally from Indian River County, but I wonder where kids were placed before Hibiscus Children's Center on the Treasure Coast in Okeechobee. I'm sure they were placed somewhere, maybe in an office, maybe in a home. Hibiscus is not a children's home, but it is a home for children. And so if a child is removed from his or her home because of abuse or neglect, and the state of Florida cannot find family or friends to care for that child, they call an organization like Hibiscus, and Hibiscus responds. Hibiscus operates 365 days a year, 24 hours, 7 days a week. We don't close for holidays, weekends, or even hurricanes. Since 1985, our 40th year, Hibiscus has provided 475,000 safe nights for kids. Let that number sink in a little bit. 475,000 safe nights for kids. We operate a campus here in Vero Beach for older kids, 12 to basically 18. Kids age out of the system at 18, so it's 12 years and 17 in 364 days. And since I've been with Hibiscus the last 7 years, we probably had 20 kids live with Hibiscus and actually age out of the child welfare system. Our average length of stay is 6 to 9 months, but kids have been with us 3 and 4 years. So we are responsible at the facility here in Vero, what we call a village, to help kids get ready to face adulthood, and they may be facing adulthood alone. And again, I wonder where they'd be without a Hibiscus, not me, a Hibiscus Children's Center. We also operate a campus in Jensen Beach, an emergency shelter for younger kids, birth to age 12. Now, when I say emergency shelter, by law, the kids are supposed to be there 10 days, but in reality, they end up being there 10 weeks, 10 months, again, or even years. Again, we have had kids stay with us 3 and 4 years. So that's partly the foster care system has done a great job recruiting foster parents, but when they can't find foster parents, they call Hibiscus, and we answer. We have master level therapists on staff, so a kid can see a therapist at 3 o'clock in the afternoon or 3 o'clock in the morning. We have medical staff, we have educational coordinators. Sometimes kids come to us 3 and 4 grade levels behind. We catch them up. We're not required to do that, but we do it because it's right for the kid, okay? Many kids have gotten their GED or their high school diploma while living at Hibiscus Children's Center. So I think I've talked my 3 minutes now, maybe past my, not 30, but maybe past my 3. But anyway, thank you for your support. I appreciate it. I know how hard you folks work. I would not want your job. I can barely do my job. But Commissioner Moss, thank you for your always support. I'm not stalking you, it may seem that way, but I see you at events, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate all of your support of Hibiscus. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, we really appreciate what you do. Several of us have had the opportunity to have to interact with Hibiscus Direct.
Yeah.
We truly appreciate that Hibiscus House, the Hibiscus organization is in operation. But I have to tell you that with that claim, I also say, I hope one day that you're out of business.
Yeah, we do too.
And that's meant in a very, very
We
good way.
do too. We do too.
I wish there was not a reason why we had to have this mechanism. I wish there was no abandonment and neglect, cases that we've had to work, that we were fortunate enough to know that there is a safe haven and there is an educational and sustainable endeavor for the challenged individuals to become unchallenged. So I want to thank you directly.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate your comments very much. Can I get a picture?
Come on up. Unless you have more to add. No, everybody's got to come up.
Can we speak about the Exchange Club?
Oh, most certainly. What? No, let's have him speak about the Exchange Club first. Okay? And then we'll come for the picture. Thank you.
So I'm Joseph.
Apologies.
That's okay. I'm Joseph Walsh, and I'm with the Exchange Club of Vero Beach. And I have members from Vero Beach and also the Indian River Club. And Exchange Club's core value is family, community, and country. And when we define family, we define that as not only our own family, but the community family. And so I have good news this morning. If all of y'all remember, we used to have a child prevention center in Fort Pierce. Over the last 3 years, we've worked to establish a new center, and it's now established and certified through the National Exchange Youth Guidance. And so we're delivering the Parenting Matters program, and the whole objective of that program is to go into the family and break the abuse cycle and keep the family together so that the family is not separated. We have now have 2 counselors that are actually doing programs through the new prevention center. And so that's our greatest accomplishment over the last 3 years, and I wanted to share that. The other thing I wanted to point out, I don't know if you noticed the flags at St. Helens this year, and they're now up at the park in Sebastian. Mm-hmm. So when I first came here, we used to put out 175 flags. And working against child abuse prevention, the good news is we only put out 90 this year. And the better news would be if we didn't put out any. It would, if we didn't put out any. So as the different organizations work across the state of Florida, it would be tremendous if we could reduce that more, and we'll continue to focus on that. We thank you for recognizing us and for the proclamation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have anything?
We-
No, we're good.
Now we'll come for the photo op.
Now we'll all go together.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, it's been a while. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Moving on, we'd go forward to the approval of minutes for the regular meeting minutes of January 28, 2025, which I know you all reviewed. Everybody's got their own microphone to make a motion.
Approval.
Second, we have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Move on to item 6B, which is the regular meeting minutes from February 11, 2025. We have a motion by Commissioner Ehrman, seconded by Vice Chairman Law. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Does anybody wish to have anything hold for discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. 9K and 9L. K and L.
9K and 9L?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything further? It would be appropriate to have a motion to,
I didn't know if you were going to ask the public.
no.
I'll be happy to move consent as amended.
That's a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Vice Chairman Law. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, did you skip number 8?
Yes, I did, and I give that opportunity right after we finish the consent agenda. So we have item 9K Kilo was pulled by Commissioner Moss.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. 9K has to do with what is called VB40 Development Group LLC's request for final plat approval for a subdivision called Riviera Lake. This was originally approved on January 30th, 2017 by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and that's, again, preliminary plat approval. At the current time, most but not all of the required project improvements have been completed. Project improvements for the community can include drainage, landscaping, roadways, and utilities. So my question is, have the required project improvements changed since 2017, and which of them are not completed at this time?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Ryan Sweeney, Assistant Planning and Development Services Director. Commissioner Moss, to answer your question, no, the requirements have not changed. The preliminary plat approval was good for 5 years. They did start construction sort of right at the end of that 5-year window. And if you've driven by the site, they did take quite a while to build the improvements. As for what remains, primarily landscaping still needs to be finished up, and then cleanup items. All of the hard infrastructure, roadway, utilities, lift station is all in place.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for that information. I'll move to approve this item then.
Thank you.
We have a motion by Commissioner Moss and seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 9L Lima.
Yes, thank you, sir. This item has to do with the Pulkey Home Company LLC's request for final plat approval for Harbor Isle Phase 2. And this, most but not all of the required project improvements have been completed. And again, remaining project improvements can include drainage, landscaping, roadways, and utilities. The developer submitted a request for temporary suspension of compliance for certificate of completion, and that was on March 21st, 2025. And I know that there's a bonded amount. My question is, what is remaining to be done? What are the required project improvements that are not completed? Because this area is very subject to traffic and also to flooding, and there already are a number of concerns in this area. This is 510 east of US 1, and I'm sure you're already aware of it, as am I. Received a number of complaints and questions. In fact, we had some just last Thursday evening. It was actually not a seminar on traffic, and it was the septic to sewer seminar conducted by Mr. Leesky, which was very nicely done. I'll take this opportunity to compliment him on that. But there is, as you may know, there is a concern in this area regarding traffic.
Thank you again. For the record, Ryan Sweeney, Assistant Planning Development Service Director. Commissioner Moss, the items that are remaining for this one specifically are enumerated in item 1 on the staff report, and it's essentially all the off-site improvements on 510. All of the on-site improvements are done. So this is slightly different than the one with Riviera Lake, where there's still some on-site improvements that need to be completed. So final lift of asphalt and striping and signage for the turn lanes that are at the intersection of the new driveway connection and State Road 510.
Yeah. Well, that's why it sounded to me that some of them could affect traffic in that area, some of what is not complete. Right.
And these are primarily under DOT's jurisdiction. There was a little bit of a delay with FPL moving some remaining power poles. So that's essentially what's left. I will maybe to anticipate your next question. Those intersection improvements, both the right turn lane and left turn lane, are a requirement for this project. That intersection will not be signalized unless and until the Publix shopping center comes in, and that's their responsibility to signalize that intersection. So it will remain unsignalized, but with the turn lanes.
Is there a timeline for these remaining improvements?
Yeah, less than 90 days. I mean, they're very close. The temp suspension is capped at 90 days.
Okay, so any inconveniences caused by these improvements that remain undone would be less than 90 days?
Very short, yeah. They just need to do the final lift and the striping.
All right, move to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarification. Anything further? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Now we'll move back to public opportunity to speak on any agenda item that you may not be present towards the end of the agenda item. And this is your opportunity. That's with the exception of any of the public hearings. Good morning.
I never know what I'm going to say when I come here. My name is Brent Wallenberg. But, when the world chews you up and spits you out, the only thing that keeps you going is someone loves and cares about you. And I could say that for the nurses, because I've been there, done that. And the child care. And I'm, as far as the volunteers, I myself have been a volunteer. I was hoping to get help, but it is what it is. And I've actually learned a lot more that probably hadn't been told. But I sat in on a meeting. It's kind of important for everybody. A dog had torn a guy up. It was a UPS. Went from door to door. And you use your arm and your leg to try to keep the dog off of you. And I know it's kind of a problem for, I'm sure the Jehovah's Witnesses are like this. But I'm a pipe welder by trade. And this leather is, I worked with someone that had dog torn him up, and he wrapped his shirt around his arm and beat him with a crowbar. So. But this here, you could put one on your leg. It's a leather welding sleeve. It's stitched so the sparks won't, or a dog or nothing's going to undo the stitching. And it's really durable. And if it doesn't work, you could put 2 on there. But I'd say it would stop a dog bite. And you carry your pepper spray on your belt. And when he grabs your arm, you can blast him with pepper spray and it'll be over. But just the very fact that you're not afraid of the dog, dog's teeth are designed to cut when you pull away. And the fact that you're not afraid, thousands of years of evolution have made him to where he senses that you're not a prey, you're a predator. But anyway, I can see where maybe Vero you could say made in Vero, because it's obvious UPS nationwide don't have such a thing. And you all know my passion is septic tanks with a good calcium carbonate drain field do not hurt the environment. They speed up the chemistry between two toxic chemicals, ammonia and hydrochloric acid, and make harmless calcium chloride salt. It's the same reaction that was on 157 miles of our shore. Pee and poop would come in, and I can show you right now, well, I was there yesterday. The water's sparkling clear after the reaction. All the pee and poop comes in and that chemical reaction happens. And that can imply that spring water has the same chemical reaction. Once you get away from having to cover up for septic tanks, and you'll realize that the same crystal clear spring water undergoes the same chemical reaction. Well, I guess I've said a mouthful in 3 minutes. I appreciate y'all listening.
Thank you. Next item on my agenda is a public hearing, and that's regarding the agenda item is a request by 7750 Oslo Road LLC to rezone approximately 3.73 acres from A1 Agricultural District to CH Heavy Commercial District. This is a quasi-judicial hearing and proceeding, and the parties of the proceeding are Indian River County and 7750 Oslo Road LLC, also known as the applicant. At this time, I need to ask all commissioners to disclose any ex parte communication, site visits, independent investigations, and I'll start with the left.
None.
None that I'm aware of.
No, sir. None that I'm aware of.
I will then move forward to confirm that the commissioners can have an open mind and can base their decision on the evidence presented and applicable law.
Can and will.
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 Thank you. At this time, we'll open the public hearing. I need to ask the clerk to ask anyone that wishes to speak and during the process or bear witness to be sworn in at this time. So if you anticipate speaking or being involved with the case, please rise. Madam Clerk.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. We'll now move forward with a presentation by staff.
Mr. Chair, if I could just take a moment to celebrate one of our employees, Cindy Thurman. She will be retiring. This will be her last BCC meeting. She has been a public servant for over 35 years with 31 years in the Florida government system. So I'd like to thank her for all of her knowledge that she's imparted in all of the communities that she's been at and all of the hard work that she's dedicated to Indian River County. So Cindy, thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy.
Congratulations. Thank you. We'll try to make this painless.
Make this painless. Good morning, Board. As Chris said, I'm Cindy Thurman, Senior Planner for Long Range Planning. Today we have a rezoning from A1 to agricultural to CH Heavy Commercial. The area to be rezoned is 3.73 acres of the overall 17.31 acre parcel. The parcel is located on the north side of Oslo Road, just east of the new I-95 Oslo Road interchange, and approximately 2,000 feet west of the 74th Avenue Southwest intersection. This area of the county is characterized by a sparse mixture of agricultural, commercial, and industrial uses, with the Indian River County landfill to the south across Oslo Road. A look at the zoning map will demonstrate that the parcel contains split zoning of A1 and IL, which is light industrial. The 3.73 acres identified for rezoning to CH is where the IL zoning boundary district ends and the A1 district boundary begins. The remaining northern A1 property will not be rezoned and will remain agricultural to serve as a holding zone. A look at the future land use map shows that the property is located pretty much in the middle of a commercial industrial future land use node. And a future land use amendment is not necessary, as the request for commercial heavy is consistent with the future land use map. The existing zoning A1 agricultural is intended to provide for areas suitable for agricultural, tree farming, and the conservation and management of open space. Intended to provide for opportunities for residential uses at very low densities to promote alternative housing opportunities in the county. Intended to permit activities which do not detrimentally impact lands devoted to rural agricultural activities. A look here at the development performance standard shows the distinctions between the different categories, the A1 and the CH. A look at the proposed zoning. Commercial heavy is a heavy commercial zoning district to provide for establishments engaged in wholesale trade, major repair services, and restricted light manufacturing activities. Provides for support services necessary for the development of commercial and industrial uses allowed within other non-residential zoning districts. As I said earlier, the rezoning request is consistent with the commercial industrial future land use node. Right, I showed that they were in the beginning, in the middle of that red part. The commercial industrial future land use designation is intended to provide for the areas for the development of industrial and commercial uses, located in areas with suitable levels of service and infrastructure for urban scale development, located along major transportation routes and separated from residential areas. And again, no future land use change is proposed as part of this request. And again, we have to analyze every rezoning request against Chapter 902.12, subsection 3, with the review criteria and whether or not the proposed amendment is A, in conflict with any applicable portion of the land development regulations. No, the conflicts with the applicable, there are no conflicts with the applicable land development regulations for the requested commercial heavy zoning designation. And we believe that there will be potential buffering benefits from the uses will be aided by this request. We do find that it is not consistent with all the elements of the comprehensive plan. In particular, it fails to meet the locational criteria of policy 1.43, as it is not located along railroad tracks. We do want to point out, however, that it is located along your industrial uses, as it is the landfill along the south side of Oslo Road. C, consistent with existing proposed land uses, it does meet this criteria. Proposed CH is not, there is no proposed future land use amendment as part of this request. D, is it in compliance with the adopted county thoroughfare plan? It is between 74th and the new Oslo I-95 interchange. Will it generate traffic which would decrease levels of service as adopted? We believe that all roadway segments within the area of influence would operate at acceptable levels of service under the proposed CH zoning. Item F is subject to change conditions warrant existed amendment. The acreage has been limited for the request to the north middle portion. That's why this is an awkward request. It's just the section where the uses will be allowed within the CH district to allow for a natural transition. And item G, with the decreased levels of service established for sanitary sewer, potable water, solid waste, drainage, and recreation, we believe it meets this criteria, although the applicant may be required to pay connection or customary fees when a more detailed concurrency will be conducted if there's any more future development during this review process. And we do review everything based on the most intense for concurrency, and under this concurrency, you can see here that the most intense for single family would be 0, which is what it is now, and under the most intense for general manufacturing will be 7,600 square feet. Item H, would this result in a significant adverse impacts on the natural environment? It is mostly undeveloped, however, it was previously pasture, but a more detailed environmental analysis would be required when the site-specific development proposal is determined. I, results in early logical development pattern. We believe that it meets this criteria as it aligns with the comprehensive plan and the surrounding land uses. J, in conflict with the public interest and is in harmony with the purpose and interest of the land development regulation. We believe it meets this criteria as we have found that no adverse impacts to public welfare and finds that the request aligns with the purpose and intent of land development regulations. And item K, any other matters that may be deemed appropriate in review in consideration of proposed amendments such as police protection, fire protection, emergency medical services. We believe that all concurrency mandate facilities have adequate capacity to accommodate the most intense use under the proposed zoning district. And I just wanted to mention that the property is currently developed at this time. In conclusion, the requested CH zoning district is compatible with the surrounding area, consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the county's adopted comprehensive plan, is consistent with the county's adopted land development regulations. The subject property is deemed suitable for CH zoning, can be supported by staff, and on March 27th of this year, the Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously voted to recommend approval of the request to rezone the subject property from A1 to CH. And the staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommends that the Board of County Commissioners approve this request to rezone the subject property from A1 to CH. And if you have any questions, we're available.
Thank you. Commissioners, you have any questions of staff on the presentation or information? Does the applicant have any questions of staff at this time? Seeing a wave and declination. I move forward to a presentation, if we have any, by the applicant. If you so wish.
Good morning. My name is Blaine Bergstresser with KMA Engineering and Surveying, representing the applicant. We've been working with staff on this project and the required rezoning, and I'm just here to answer any questions that the board might have for us.
Would have any questions of the applicant at this point? Does staff have any questions of the applicant at this point?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I'm looking for any input from anyone in the public regarding this application. Any questions by commissioners or county staff or the applicant to wrap it up? Seeing none, any final presentation or argument, if any, by staff?
No, sir.
Staff rests at this point. The applicant? Anything further? At this time, I'd like to ensure that all the documents, tangible evidence, if any, have been admitted into evidence and are in the hands of the clerk. Madam Clerk? Thank you. County staff agenda materials and all documentation are automatically admitted into evidence unless there is any objections. If not, that action has been done, as confirmed by the clerk. Public hearing is now closed. Commissioners.
Mr. Chair, I'll recognize that I watched the P&Z meeting and a lot of the questions were answered by our staff. They did a fantastic job. Please note that this is a relocation from a manufacturer, small manufacturer in the city limits of Vero Beach that will be moving west, and I think it's a win-win for all parties involved, and with that, I move approval.
Second. That's a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy it.
Thank you for all you do.
31 years. Good for you. That could be you one day.
Hey, I try. Next item is the interlocal agreement with the City of Sebastian Community Development Agency concerning Sebastian CRA septic to sewer project.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, please recall at our joint city-county meeting with the City of Sebastian, one of the key issues discussed was septic to sewer, wherein the city expressed, in addition to planning for septic to sewer for the entire community, they were very interested and identified it as a high priority, the Sebastian CRA septic to sewer project. County and city staff have met over a period of probably about 15 months. The city provided us their January 22 septic to sewer conversion evaluation report that identified 188 parcels or sites, of which 96 are developed but not connected and utilizing, not connected to sewer but utilizing septic tanks, and then the remainder, 92, are vacant. So Indian River County staff, the Utilities Department, evaluated that report and internally designed a concept project plan based on that report and plus what they were limiting in terms of public infrastructure to develop a plan to install 13 sewer mains within the CRA. 7 of those mains would lie within existing right-of-way, and 6 would be required to have additional or require easements from property owners. What you have before you is the ILA, the interlocal agreement, and it's essentially a partnership between the county, the city, and the Sebastian CRA, and it focuses on the public infrastructure, specifically installing the sanitary sewer mains. The city is going to cover costs of materials and parts up to $100,000, and the county will manage and program the project with our existing staff, not hiring a firm or contractor, to construct the sewer mains, and that will help minimize costs. The county will waive connection fees and extension fees, and a rough estimate, depending on how many ERUs or equivalent residential units are required, could be somewhere between waiving about $200,000 to $250,000. Totally rough estimate at this point in time. So with that, the property owners would still be required to pay the requisite sewer impact fee, and the agreement does provide that the project would begin within 60 days of the agreement becoming effective, and we've committed to both parties working together. The city has identified some priority areas and some areas they'd like to see in progression and how we go through. We want to work collaboratively with that to get this done in an expeditious manner. Lastly, I will say that the ILA does contemplate the proportionate sharing, if you will, of BMAP credits based on a final accounting of all direct and indirect project expenses incurred by both parties. The ILA has been developed and reviewed by staff of both jurisdictions. I would like to thank both the chair, meeting with Mayor McPartland and City Manager Benton, as well as also thank, prior to that, back in, I think it was December, Commissioner Moss and Mayor Dodd, City Manager, and I also met. So I think this project, it's a good project. I mean, it's going to take, I think the estimate was, and not all directly related to the Indian River Lagoon, but at least they contribute to the lagoon in some form or fashion, about 10,570 pounds a year of nitrogen pollutant loaded that's generated by the use of existing septic systems. So with that, again, I want to thank the City of Sebastian, City Manager Benton. I want to thank, I see our council members here, Mayor McPartlin, former Mayor Dodd, and then I also like to thank Sean Liskey and his utilities team that worked to develop this project. And staff recommends that the board approve the interlocal agreement between Indian River County Board of County Commissioners, the City of Sebastian, and the Sebastian Community Redevelopment Agency for the Sebastian CRA Septic to Sewer Project. Return to the chair.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that. And I do have to say that the meetings that we had were probably the most pleasurable meetings in intergovernmental experience that I have had. I have to say that the mayor and, of course, the city manager, and yourself, the interaction was nothing but complimentary. And I think you mentioned this is a good project. This is a great project. This project is going to make a difference. And both the municipality and the county have significant skin in the game in order to achieve that goal. And I was, again, very complimented by the amount of support and the civility of a decision that, again, well, I think it's got to go to the City of Sebastian meeting that's coming up. So I'm sure that Fred Jones will have the opportunity to speak upon that. I know that this was a big item with him for some time as well. And I just want to thank everyone involved, both staffs, to get us to where we are, where it was just such an easy agreement to conclude to. And I guess that's going to conclude on Wednesday, correct? Is that on the agenda? So with that, do we have any comments regarding it? I see Utilities Director Sean Liskey. Perhaps.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sean Liskey, Utilities Director. We have really committed to doing what we can to help with this project. I know that the negotiations that you all had with their mayor and city manager have been going well, and we look forward to kicking this off and working with them closely to get these projects. It is going to involve some close coordination. We have some easements that we're going to have to obtain in certain areas to ensure that we can get the lines installed and maintained. But we're going to be working with them closely to make sure that we get those done and moving forward. So we're excited about the project. We think it will be a big help for the area and really help the lagoon as we get some of these parcels off of septic.
So, and based on today's support of the ILA and the City of Sebastian's support of the ILA, does it look like sometime around the 4th of July we could be seeing some action?
Well, we have to start within 60 days, so I would assume that, once we get this, once they have their meeting, they approve it, and it's, everything's signed and moving forward, we'll get going within those 60 days. It may be earlier. It's just, as we can kind of get staff and their time, they have their daily routine, and so we're going to kind of be intermixing this with our routine work. So as we can get out there and do the work, we fully intend to get started on it as quickly as we can. But minimum within 60 days, so it just depends on when we sign it and, timing of that. So we hope so, yes.
Mr. Chair, move approval of Sebastian interlocal agreement.
Second.
Mr. Chair, just would be remiss not to thank the County Attorney's Office, both Chris Hicks and Jennifer, for their assistance in the drafting of the ILA.
Absolutely. Yes, the entire staff. Well, we have a motion and a second to go forward. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
It's on to Sebastian.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones and City Manager Benton and I'm gonna forget your name. No, I said, oh, Commissioner, okay, Vice Mayor. Yeah, no, won't forget his name, nor yours.
So, once again, item B1 and C1 of 12 will be discussed later on. At this point, I'm being urged to entertain a break before you get set up, so if you want to set up your presentation. Thank you. We'll take a brief recess.
Yes, sir.
We now call the meeting back to order. And we have a presentation to be looking forward to. And that's going to be item number 13. IA1, which is approval of a resolution adopting a fee for reviewing and approving developers' agreement. HA1. First, we're going to move to HA1, which is Indian River County Parks and Recreation Master Plan 2025-2035. 10 years.
10 years. Good
10
morning.
years' work. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Beth Powell, Parks, Recreation, and Conservation Director. I also have Wendy Swindell and Gustavo Vergara with us, the Assistant Directors of the Department. And today, we are very excited to be bringing you the Parks and Recreation Master Plan for the next 10 years for Indian River County, the first that's ever been done for our county. And we're very excited because as you know, our county is growing and changing, and meeting the needs of our residents has never been more important. Understanding what people want, what they need, how to improve the quality of life that we hold so dear in our county is extremely important, and that's something that we found throughout this study. So over the last 18 to 19 months, we have been working with our consultants, Pros Consulting. Brian Trustee is joining us today, Carlos Perez, CMA and ETC, all of which were working together to formulate the master plan that you have before you today. This master plan is a culmination of meetings, working with staff, working with our city and town partners, and I'd just like to first thank everyone who participated over the last 18 months. Whether you were filling out a paper survey or doing a SurveyMonkey online, the City of Vero Beach, the City of Fellsmere, the City of Sebastian, all of our partners on the Barrier Island or the Orchid Island, the towns, all contributing through phone interviews. And I would like to also thank all of you for supporting us all throughout the last 18 months with your time, your energy, providing input and feedback to us. We had county departments that were involved with the planning and development of this plan, Planning and Development Services, GIS, and so many different departments, and we just would like to thank everyone. The main takeaway for me is that there's no surprises in this plan, and I think that that comes from great planners that we've had over the last 20 to 30 years in our county. It comes from great leadership like yourselves and the previous commissioners. And, I think back to the time when we were building Pelican Island National Wildlife Refuge and the tower and the parking lot and working with Commissioner Ruth Stanbridge on those projects. There was so much vision for our county, and though it may not have been formalized in a Parks and Recreation master plan per se, you've all held that vision for us, and I'm deeply grateful for your contributions and your support over the last, for me, 25 years for conservation and for parks. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Brian. He's going to give you some highlights from the master plan. We're happy to answer any questions. We also have the draft posted on the county's website. And there's still some room for a little bit of tweaking here and there as needed. And then we'll also put his presentation online for the general public to review as needed. And we remain open for any questions. This is a living document. We've been working with management plans since the Conservation Lands Program got started. And one of the most critical elements of a management plan is the adaptability over time. We're not robots, we're not fixed, our community is not fixed. So I see this plan growing with us, growing with our community, and in 10 years, we'll be ready to write the next one. So Brian, take it away.
Thank you, Beth.
Chairman, members of the commission, it's great to be with you today and sharing with you, as Beth mentioned, the highlights of Indian River County's first ever Parks and Recreation Master Plan. I'd like to reiterate a couple of things that Beth also commented on. One is, first and foremost, this was a plan that was deeply grounded in robust public engagement. And so you'll hear a lot about that today. And I appreciate the opportunity to have spoken with each of you early in the process and throughout the process as we had the opportunity to make sure that this plan reflected your insights and your guidance. I also want to reiterate what a team sport this was. So not only did we have a lot of great citizen involvement and engagement throughout the process, but as Beth mentioned, the cities of Sebastian, Fellsmere, Vero Beach, all really contributing to the thoughts behind this because this was a county-wide plan. So first of all, this is also something that over the course of this project, it was at a time in which Parks and Recreation was being integrated with conservation. And so we wanted to really make sure also that we were reflecting that combination of the department as it was evolving, that this is a 10-year master plan that links our programs and services to capital investments that are grounded in community needs, that conservation and all the great work that you're doing in open space preservation is also included in a lot of our analysis, that it coordinates and aligns very well with the comprehensive plan of the county, and it accounts for all the other partners and providers that are within the county. You're not the only game in town when it comes to Parks and Recreation, although you're a pretty big game. The other communities and what they are offering is something that's relevant and important to take into consideration. So our desired outcomes in this whole process is creating a plan, again, was grounded in inclusive and accessible community engagement. We had so many different forms of community engagement from 3 different public forums that were all well attended and that were also provided virtual opportunity to participate virtually. We had actually also a community meeting in Sebastian early on in the process, numerous stakeholder interviews and focus groups throughout the process, as well as an online survey and a statistically valid survey. We wanted to make sure that we created a strategy for you that was equitable to the entire county community, that utilized a variety of data sources and best practices, not only that are reflective of best practices here in Florida, but also nationwide. That the open space, parks and open space network that you have really is some of your largest green infrastructure within the county. So we wanted to make sure that we were also enhancing your environmental resiliency through leveraging those parks and green spaces, addressing the financial sustainability and organizational excellence of the department itself, and developing an action plan that was reflective of both the right level of ambition while also being grounded in realism. So it was a process that took us through 3 different phases. One was a deep study of where you are today, doing a park-by-park assessment. We actually went, because over the course of 18 months, the conditions in your parks changed, none the least of which you had 2 hurricanes that came through here in October. And so actually that was actually a process that we got updated as in the draft as we were moving through the process. We also took a lot of analyses on where you are from a level of service perspective. We'll share some highlights on that. And all that was to inform us as we moved into the second phase, which was the ideation phase of where we're going tomorrow, and then the third phase being the implementation of how we get there. So here's some highlights from the community and stakeholder engagement process. As I mentioned, we had a variety of ways in which we wanted to hear from the community throughout the process: public meetings, interviews, focus groups, statistically valid survey of which results should be good for the next 5 to 8 years. And that in itself is a 200-page report with incredible detail around what folks feel like are their greatest priorities and needs in Parks and Recreation, an online survey, and then, of course, the expertise of our consultant team, which included Pros Consulting, Carlos Perez in Planning, Chin Moore, and ETC Institute. What you see before you are some of the important priorities that we learned from the very first public meeting. We had this great little exercise in the first public meeting in which we engaged folks in the room with what were the most important priorities they wanted to see reflected in this master plan. And as they responded on their smartphones or smart devices, the words populated on the screen, the more people said certain things, the larger those words appeared. But you can tell folks really care about beach access, accessibility overall, the maintenance of our park systems, having great programs. Playgrounds are very important. What's really unique and came out in this process is we do a lot of plans across the country with municipalities, with counties, park districts, even state park systems. And Indian River County as a park system functions very uniquely because of the large amounts of unincorporated areas within the county in which you have a lot of residents. As a result, Indian River County parks actually serve as more of a neighborhood park service than traditionally how county park systems work. And you'll kind of see a lot of that as we move through this process and some of the recommendations that we've definitely leaned on that reality. So we learned from a lot of the leadership and stakeholder interviews and focus groups. For one, everybody has a very strong feeling that parks are extremely well maintained. However, there's a lot of amenities that are becoming a little tired. They're very heavily used. They're impacted just by climate and weather. And so a thoughtful approach, a phased approach to upgrading and enhancing amenities in our existing parks is something that's going to be important as we move through the next 10 years. Also, connectivity is so important here, not just trails within parks, but trails that connect parks, trails that connect communities. This is not something that is completely carried as an obligation of the Parks and Recreation Department. This is also an area that's covered by the MPO. But it is something that came out of the process that is really, really important to residents. There's been a long conversation. You all have been involved with this for many years about developing a regional park asset out in the western part of the county. And that continued to be a conversation that came out of this process. Managing that, either that real or perceived inequity between North and South County. North County would love to have an indoor facility akin to the IG facility down in the south. South County would love to have an aquatic facility akin to what's in the north. And so there's parsing through some of that inequity was also something we worked with. And also about potentially more county-driven water-based recreational opportunities. So the statistically valid survey, I'm not going to go through that in great detail. I'm going to give you a very high-level highlights. In order to hit our statistical validity window, we needed to have a total of 400 responses. We got a total of 402, so we hit that. This was a hard-mailed survey, so several thousand surveys were mailed out to residents of Indian River County, and they were given the option of being able to fill that out and mail it back in on a pre-postage paid envelope, or they could also fill it out on a special website that had been set up, or they were even given the opportunity to complete it by phone. So here's some of the headlines. So your parks are very heavily used, with the most heavily used being the Fairgrounds, Round Island, Riverside Park, and Golden Sands Beach Park. The parks with the highest condition ratings, so the percentages here were the percentage of respondents that indicated these facilities were in good condition, was the IG Center, Lone Pine Park, and North County Aquatic Center. 38% of the respondents reported to have participated in county programs and events this last year. For a county program system, that's very strong. And the three top facility or amenities that were desired most with the indicated unmet needs were trails, small neighborhood parks, and open space and conservation areas. Knowing the commitment that this county has made over the years to the acquisition of open spaces, this continues to be something that's very important to the county residents. This particular slide indicates the facilities or amenities that were most important to households, so we gave respondents the opportunity to respond top choice, second choice, third choice, or fourth choice amongst about 35 different types of park amenities. Number 1 and number 2 are trails. That was not surprising, with open space being number 3 and environmental and nature education center being number 4, and number 5 was a dog park. But we also saw, shaded picnic areas, large regional parks, small neighborhood parks, community centers, and playgrounds rounding out the top 10. Same kind of question, but focused on programs instead of facilities. Number 1 was adult fitness and wellness programs, followed by outdoor environmental and nature camps, county special events, senior programs, and cultural enrichment programs rounded out the top 5. We asked folks to indicate the 3 single or multi-day event concepts in which their households would be most interested in. They responded with food events being number 1, followed by entertainment, holiday celebrations, environmental events, and cultural celebrations. This is one of my favorite questions as the County Board of Commissioners. You also probably appreciate hearing this from the residents. We asked them, based on their perception of value, how would they support funding Parks and Recreation in the future? 87% of the respondents indicated they would support either existing or increased funding levels for Parks and Recreation. What was really astounding is 60% of the respondents indicated they would support increasing funding for Parks and Recreation. So what that tells us is that your county residents are seeing a perceived ROI that they're getting on the investments that you're making. And we asked them of the 4 particular actions that they would be most willing to fund. Developing new walking trails was number 1. Improving existing park infrastructure was another way of saying taking care of what we already have was number 2. Followed by improving the existing trail system, either adding new or improving existing restrooms. I will tell you, as doing these plans all across the country, trails and restrooms are always number 1 and number 2 in our parks. There's some of the things people appreciate the most, followed by improving existing playgrounds, rounding out the top 5. So what are some of our key learnings from all of this? Your parks and recreation facilities are highly valued, they're highly used. Your users do represent broad segments of the community. I mean, we talk to everyone from pickleballers to folks playing youth athletics to homeschoolers that were using parks as part of their curriculum. So it is a very broad segment of the community that uses your park assets. Your recently developed facilities are really best in class. You do a great job of developing very high quality parks and recreation facilities. So continuing that tradition is something that we're very confident you'll do. But you do need to have a focus on revitalizing your existing parks because they are getting a bit tired. Trails and connectivity are a priority. There can be more awareness around the county's parks and programs that Beth and her team are working on the various ways in which they communicate and engage the community and inform folks of what's out there to participate in. As I mentioned before, you have a very unique role as a county park system on being a neighborhood park provider. And so in some of the capital improvement project recommendations, looking at expanding your neighborhood park system is something that was included, as well as growing interests that need to be addressed, such as expanding programming in areas of adult fitness, outdoor programs, special events, continued improved access to natural areas and trails, and open space and conservation. As a part of the process, we did do very thorough site assessments on each of the 32 parks. We also met with staff to make sure that this was aligned with their familiarity because they are out there in the parks every day. And as I mentioned, because of the unique process that we went through and the timeline, this assessment was initially done literally a year ago, and then we updated it again in January because of the 2 hurricanes that came through in October. But we evaluated every single park based on those 5 different criteria: proximity, access, linkages, comfort, image, use, activity and sociability, buildings and infrastructure, and then the NRPA, which is National Recreation Park Association's 3 pillars of health, wellness, conservation, and social equity. So as an appendix in this plan is a very thorough, detailed park-by-park assessment of where you are today. We did that same assessment on the conservation areas, but looking at conservation areas as opposed to developed parklands is a little bit different. We wanted to basically just to be able to identify the general description and size, the different ecosystems or ecozones that were contained within each one of those conservation areas, and a lot of the other types of natural attributes that were associated with them, including predominant usage, user groups, critical issues or priorities that were re-identified, and management opportunities and priorities. So when we look at level of service, what we needed to do here was also, as I mentioned before, you aren't the only game in town. So we wanted to take into account the inventory of other communities, other providers like Sebastian and Vero Beach in particular. We wanted to look at things like park acres per 1,000, indoor facility square footage per 1,000, level of, as well as access to various park types and parks amenities. So I'm not going to read this whole slide to you, but you can see we looked at it, and with the plan itself includes looking at level of service across a number of different amenities, including both the county's inventories, the municipal inventories, so that the recommendations on growth in your own system takes all that into account. We also, besides facilities, look deeply at your individual programs. You have over 45 different program and service offerings offered across 8 different core program areas that are organized, as you can see here on the slide, from adult activities and enrichment all the way down to youth sports. We also took into account the community survey results around this, as we've already given you kind of a highlights around the top priorities on programming, but the highest priorities being outdoor fitness and wellness, outdoor environmental education and nature camps, county special events, exercise classes, senior programs, culture programs, and adult arts and crafts. So what does this mean for a game plan for the future? One, we had the opportunity, because this was your first ever Parks and Recreation Master Plan, to work with Beth and her team and really tighten up the vision and mission and core values of the department. This is something they had already done a lot of work on. So it wasn't really about changing the vision or changing the mission. It was about being able to talk about it in modern ways. So really this details exactly what the vision of the department is, which is what you want to be known for, and the mission, which is how you're going to accomplish it. This plan also provided some detailed design standards around different types of parks, from pocket parks to parks that are located on school properties to community parks, regional parks, so that as you move forward, either in developing new parks yourself or in partnership with the development community who may be developing parks in partnership with you, you have some very clear design standards around what constitutes various different types of parks. We also provided a level of service visioning tools that is included in there around where there could be best new locations for neighborhood parks or regional community parks, indoor facilities, dog parks, playgrounds, tennis courts, all of that. And then finally, we developed capital improvement strategies. Like Beth said, this is a living document, so it's intentionally built with a lot of flexibility and latitude as you move through the next 10 years and things change. But we did looked at priorities in the next first 1 to 5 years around improving our existing parks, focusing on updating and upgrading existing amenities such as pavilions, playgrounds, and restrooms, updating other infrastructures such as parking, lighting, and signage, adding new amenities to improve the experiences of users, and improving connectivity. Our second area of priority was around expansion of the system. We recommend to be focused in the next 3 to 7 years. And that first includes building out the fairgrounds to be a more robust regional park, looking at a splash pad or aquatic facility in the southern region of the county, and developing new neighborhood parks to better serve great growing residential areas that are in underserved and unincorporated areas of the county. And finally, our visionary bucket, which is certainly your more long-term approach. 2 larger projects that we identified was the development of an indoor recreation or multi-purpose space in the northern region of the county, and there's much more detail in the draft itself around what that could look like, and the development of a regional park in the western sector of the county. That could, in the end, also be a great tourism and economic development opportunity. Well, with all those recommendations, we also didn't want to leave you hanging, so we provided some great content around different funding and revenue strategies that we felt like were relevant and appropriate given who you are as a county, your culture, your values, and that are proven successful funding and revenue strategies for parks and recreation across the country. And the action plan is organized into 6 strategic initiatives. So this is basically a flexible work plan for Beth and her team as she moves through the next 10 years, focused around amenity updates and replacement, updating our community and regional parks, expanding trails and natural areas, expanding neighborhood parks, looking at our visionary projects, and then, of course, organizational excellence. There's some recommendations around the department itself. And with that, I will be happy to take any questions or comments that you may have.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Commissioners. Mr. Chairman, if I may, what did you, the fairgrounds, you know, building it out, maybe making it a regional park. Give me your thought process, your reason. I mean, what is the...
Sure. So one of the things about the fairgrounds is one of the highest qualities of the fairgrounds is its central location in the county. It's already something that is, you know, you've got the land. And you've got a lot of the already existing amenities that are there, that some of them, many of which can be updated and upgraded, that are already activating that space in a really meaningful way. So the thoughts there is just to continue to build out some additional amenities that can really expand the user experience there and activate and energize that site even more than it already is. But the most important aspects around thinking about the fairgrounds as a more robust regional park is its central location and the fact that you already own that land.
I remember when we were developing the fairgrounds, I remember it was just a blank piece of property, and finally we developed, it developed, it got some leveling done and all that sort of stuff. And we had a recreational architect that came in, and he advised not to, at the time, not to put fairgrounds as per se, as we knew it back in the 80s, and add athletics at the same spot. But needless to say that the soccer folks needed a spot. It was the right spot at the right time for the right place. But is there any, you have any thoughts on that? I mean, I'm thinking of the fairgrounds as like I said, a regional catch-all for a lot of events and a lot of things, not necessarily sports, but things of that nature.
That's a great question. I don't mean any disservice to the opinion of that particular architect, but I think differently, actually. I think there's a lot of synergy that comes with, obviously there's some types of amenities that may not be good fits being in the same space, but I don't think it's bad at all that you have synergy with a location like the fairgrounds that may be able to do double duty. It's not the only, I just participated in a master planning process of the state fairgrounds for Idaho last year, and one of the things that they were doing was taking that space and repurposing areas of it that are adjacent to where the state fair was held, and adding more athletic and more traditional recreation amenities because it was such a popular location and it had such broad usage from different segments of the state's population. So taking advantage of the opportunity to activate that space in multiple ways is really efficient in many ways from a development perspective.
I know the fair had a good run this year, had good weather, had spring break, and it's totally dependent on that. I know the livestock area is getting larger. I see demands on just the fair itself needing more space in the next 5 to 10 years. They had a really good turnout this year. I mean, again, everything was perfect, but still, we're having more events out there, more car shows, art shows, concerts, all that sort of stuff. So, throughout the year. So I see. I'm glad that came up. So thank you,
Mr. Chair. And I appreciate all of the hard work. And I think, Board, we should recognize that this particular department, we can talk about pickleball and we can talk about all the other things. A lot of moving parts. This is a tribute to their leadership. Moving parts, personnel issues, budget issues, and the like. We have a successful product here. Our parks are rated A. There's no doubt about it. I see fellow department heads in the audience, and being somewhat competitive, I would challenge the other department heads to perform like this particular department.
Big task.
Very responsive. Any questions or emails or concerns goes to Beth and her staff are immediately answered. My goal is for that to be contagious agency-wide, and I do thank you for that, Beth.
Yes. I see a young man in a blue blazer there. He's rather ubiquitous in just about every event. And I think he's the largest band leader for the recreation endeavors. But that's why you have him in the position you have him in. Getting back to the assessment, again, I hear the fairgrounds. The last time we did an assessment of needs was many years ago. It was done internally with some outside support. It was determined that soccer was growing and that's where that should be, and that whole section got dedicated and we improved the area. During the journey, we improved the David Fleetwood Pavilion. We improved the fairgrounds, the ag area to a great extent with new soil, new access, the building, fans, and, you know, I've seen every one of these enhancements receive dividends. Again, I mentioned the band leader, but in essence, we are growing. And we saw the impact when, I believe it was 2012, when IG Center was dedicated. A project that started out at somewhere an estimated $4 million and wound up ultimately being about $10 million in excess. And several years later, because of the economic conditions. But the vision was there. And the vision was discussed about the fairgrounds then as well. But due to economic concerns, pulled back. But I see the fairgrounds as one of the next oases, as well as the Hobart Park area. That pond is absolutely breathtaking and well utilized. There's a group that goes there every day. And the facilities, now we didn't get you mentioned something about facilities. I don't know if we got the CO on the comfort stations yet, but that enhancement, now we have disc golf and so many activities that exist on a daily basis. I believe if we go forward with anything in this community, it would be a North County enhancement. It would be a drive for a diverse environment in the fairgrounds, because yes, it's a great facility to have the fair. There's an event, if you look at the list, there's an event there consistently now. It used to be occasionally. Used to be 4 or 5 events, maybe a show here or there. It's constantly busy. Again, the band leader, so let's look forward to an enhancement at the fairgrounds because it's a worthwhile investment. Well, pickleball, we have covered down south quite a bit there. We have brand-new courts, we have exterior courts, we have interior courts, and climate-controlled, as well as plenty they can utilize on the outside. Pickleball is fast-growing. Sebastian has theirs as well, and Vero. And I believe that across the board, you never have enough pickleball courts, but we have to focus in on
Certainly according to the pickleballers.
many other endeavors. But yes, glad to bring that up. Commissioner Adams? Mr. Moss?
We certainly are a county that appreciates our open spaces and our parks. So when you mentioned adding neighborhood parks, that got my attention. To your knowledge, is there a successful strategy or strategies or methods of doing that have been used by other counties?
Sure, and you are already actually engaging in some of that, and that's in partnership with development communities that are growing residential areas, and it's a part of that process, either through impact fees or land dedication, are helping you develop new neighborhood parks that will serve those new residential areas. So I know that in the comp plan process, they're looking at continuing to update the developer impact fees, and that's something that's I'm sure you'll hear more about.
So do you work with the planning department then to do that, to come about?
We do, and their support is instrumental to being able to obtain funding and really harness those development projects to our benefit, meaning if there's a development project going into an area, we need to ensure that that impact for the local community has been offset by something. And so, for instance, we have projects in the north part of the county, the south part of the county, where planning and development is advocating for the residents of the community to ensure that those impacts are offset. And then we can take those funds and we can either expand services in certain areas or even potentially build new neighborhood parks. And the nice thing about the Parks and Rec Master Plan that Carlos and Brian and their team have put together for us is we now have identifiable areas where there are gaps. So Brian kind of flipped quickly through that, but some of the most important data that we will be using to make certain decisions comes from those analyses that show where the parks are in relation to other parks so that we can identify gaps so that we reduce the driving time or the walking time or the biking time to those neighborhood parks. And Commissioner Ehrman, I know that's something you had mentioned early on in the process, was that you didn't feel like there were a lot of parks in your district, like neighborhood parks. So that'll be one of the things that we're using. And now we actually have real data to make those important decisions so that the most people can benefit from that investment. So I'm really looking forward to that, and we did not have that data before, so.
That sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Really unique opportunity is during this project, there was a park that was actually being proposed as a part of a residential development. And because we had a landscape architect and park planner on contract, we were actually able to help Beth and her team by providing some schematic design ideas to direct that developer's what would be the more optimal design approach to a park like that. And then, of course, we have the design standards now that we've provided in this master plan to inform such a process like that, or even you developing parks directly in the future.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that it's really important for us to be agile because things are happening and changing so quickly right now. So for instance, when we started this project, the Jackie Robinson Training Complex Park, or whatever it ends up being called, was fairly new and the thought process hadn't been developed out completely yet. And so as we're moving through, I can see the benefit of maintaining that adaptability and the agility to respond to what is important. And the community says that area is important. You are telling us that that area is important. And in that process, what we did is we slid the fairgrounds to sort of a back burner. Again, not completely forgetting about it, but turning our focus to that. Also understanding moving the Hobart Ball Field project forward, because we had been sitting on that for a long time, and that was something that we were repeatedly hearing was important for us to move forward. So I just think that it's important for us to be a little malleable so that we can be responsive. And the things will get done that need to get done, but how they're shaped, we need to be really listening to the community and really listening to the guidance of our other departmental leaders, and as well as being, responsive to your concerns and the things that you're bringing up. We have capacity issues, and we can only do so much in a given period of time. And so just understanding that we may shift things forward, or we may shift things backward, all the while we're listening so that we can incorporate that information. And not to take too much time, but I did want to address the fairgrounds issue. I think what's happening at Hobart Complex, which was originally purchased in the 60s as a larger park complex, I believe what we're seeing is that the development around that area, when I moved here, that was orange groves. It's no longer orange groves, and it's not going to be orange groves anymore. So when I moved here, all of that has changed fairly rapidly within the last 20 years. We have more residential neighborhoods being built, and that 400-acre complex in total, which includes Sandridge Golf Course, et cetera, is now starting to move into, my opinion, and Brian could give me some lessons here, but what I'm seeing as a resident, as a user, as a professional, is that is really turning into our regional park, a true regional park. If that happens, there's opportunity to discuss and think about moving the fairgrounds to a more appropriate location. If you're thinking about the South Florida Fairgrounds, or you're thinking about St. Lucie County Fairgrounds, large fairgrounds, build that close to the interstate, build it where people travel to the area, bring in tourism and other economic development opportunities, and really build it for that purpose. Because the land at Hobart is really critical now because it serves so many people. It is really the central-most location to our northern residents and our southern residents. It's about 15 minutes, and I know 15 minutes in Indian River County is a long drive, but it's really central. It's the most central location, and we already own the land, and it's already purposed for parks and recreation. So that's one of the takeaways, and that was not something that before this study was even a seed in my mind. You know, it's been the causes and conditions coming from the community, from the survey, from the consultants, and working with our partners in planning and development services and our other departments. All of that starts to come together into a really beautiful opportunity, I think, for the county.
You know, when you say to relocate the fairgrounds,
What do I mean?
elaborate.
Build a new fairgrounds in a more appropriate location and utilize the existing fairgrounds as a more expansive regional park system.
We already have the book of business, so we just build it and they will come.
I'll put in my shameless plug if we're just going to talk about the fairgrounds. I would like a new ag pavilion that has built-in wash racks, so you don't have to wash your cows for the show in the mud. And, you know, added room. I see several people nodding because they know what I'm talking about. We have like 27 steers this year. We had 60 some odd pigs. We have chickens and rabbits. That pavilion or that tent that they use, they're fastly growing out of it. In fact, we had to borrow resources from Osceola County just to house all the chickens this year, which is great. It's a great problem to have that we have so much interest in ag. But if we're talking about things that we want, I would like a new ag pavilion that can grow. So that's my Christmas list. Because that's important to me. So, nonetheless, but other than that, though, I'm good. I think you guys are doing a good job.
Commissioner Ehrman brought up boats a couple of weeks ago, and I don't own a boat. I support.
If I can bring the conversation to cows and chickens, it makes me happy, so I'm glad I got to wiggle that in there. But are you just looking for input? Do you need a motion to approve this, or what's the goal with the item? A motion to accept,
Just
or?
be accepting the master plan in its current
Okay.
form.
Yeah, I'll be happy to make that motion.
Second. There you got it.
And thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Couple of placeholders, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Just topics that came up through the presentation or comments from commissioners. One is our partnerships. So we have these long-standing, fantastically successful partnerships with several private recreational organizations. The most notable is the Indian River Soccer Association, Lacrosse Association, archery. It goes on all the way up to Major League Baseball. We have been getting sporadic requests for funding. Commissioner Lohr brought up some great points that during the last one that was approved on consent agenda. These are becoming more frequent and persistent. And so we'll be discussing in our budget preparations just how to bring that to the forefront and potentially look at our historical funding of these agencies and partnerships and seeing if it's appropriate to actually budget them so we know exactly what we have going into the fiscal year, as opposed to we need a fence or we need lights. County's done that in the past, but it was so many years ago that, and these initial investments in these agencies were so robust that they kind of self-funded for a long time, but now things are turning over. So we're getting these types of requests. So just a placeholder for a discussion on our partnerships. The other one that was mentioned was dog parks. So it's getting increasingly difficult for our staff to remind folks that we have a county ordinance against dogs in parks. Now those interests are now competing with the evolution of dog parks and dogs becoming more present in many public spaces. So that's something that's ongoing. The other one was, to Commissioner Adams' point, was the 5-year. CIE doesn't always necessarily is a good indicator of what we need now. It's not far off, and there's many things in it that are consistent with what we discussed today. But when we talk about being malleable and nimble, it's, unbudgeted anything is a problem for local governments, but there are needs that we need to be responsive that may not fit into a budget or a 5-year CIE. And we have to be able to recognize that and adjust and adapt and shift and reprioritize on the fly. My famous saying is, county's like life, it's managed, it's never cured, so you're gonna come up, things are gonna come up, and you have to be ready for them. And lastly, I heard something about naming rights. So I think maybe it's time that we thought about naming the North County Aquatic Center to something that's more conducive to what actually happens there. And what happens there is Olympic training and a lot of fun and a lot of splashing. So maybe we take 6 months and do a campaign. I'll throw out Olympic Splash Park, and let's see who can beat that name and what the benefits are to explore in a corporate naming right partnership for that facility. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further?
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, the staff recommendation was to approve the Indian River County Parks and Recreation Plan and authorize Parks and Rec and the Conservation Director to approve any minor modifications necessary to finalize the plan for publication, which would address discovered errors or omissions that do not significantly alter the intent of the plan. It's more than just accept.
Yes, that was my motion. Thank you for restating so succinctly.
Yes. And again, and the second still stands. Some items that were discussed as wants and wishes and thoughts as we're getting closer and closer to budget season, and as we are making those determinations. They will be discussed at a later time of all the envisionments that we have for this great county. But again, the presentation, thank you, very thorough, and I think that we have a great canvas to work with. Anything further? All right, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Knew you were going to get a 5-0, Brian. Thank you. Now the next item is item IA1, which is approval of a resolution adopting a fee for review and approving developers' agreements. And we have counsel coming to the podium.
Good morning,
And
Mr.
Community
Chair,
Development
Commissioners. So I love a good full circle moment. So we heard with the Parks Master Plan, one of the biggest things that we enter in that master plan is also developer agreements. So I know we had Meritage Homes that did our last developers agreement that came before this board and that you voted on. One of the things that happened, that was a 20-year project to get off the ground, but also funded and finally get a developers agree. Out of that developers agreement was something very important for that Parks Master Plan as well. It was $90,000 for contribution for the South County Initiative Parks. So there's a few neighborhoods that will be coming forward during the boom that we had built into this South County Initiative. One of those mechanisms that helps us do that is through developers agreements. We've known through the past couple of meetings, we've seen 4 this year. Previously, there was a lot more prior to everybody being on this board. We have about 4 more on the pipeline. Our department, Planning and Development Services, working along with all of the rest of the departments throughout the county, have got a process in place to start moving those forward. As looking at developers agreements and state statutes, there are some legal costs that arise, whether it be through just reviews, outside legal counsel reviews, or internal legal counsel reviews, as well as advertising. We were one of the few counties that do not charge for developers agreements when we review these. They do go through multiple different departments. They have a lot of extensive review to make sure that we're getting exactly what we need as a community. Since it is a legal binding contract, that's something that we want to make sure is completed so that the developer and the county have all of their physically and financial responsibilities. So this fee, I did an analysis with Ms. Prada through all of the communities on the East Coast, north and south of us. The fee ranges anywhere between $1,800 to $5,000. $2,500 with all of our costs that I've looked at puts us right in the middle. It's not too large and it's not too small. So at the request, I would request it be approved, and I know Susan can speak as well on some of the reviews that go into it.
I just want to say that when looking at this with Chris, I did look into the different numbers between the 1,800 and the 5,000. And I will tell you that usually myself alone, I put in 20, sometimes 20 plus hours per developer's agreement. So the 2,500 is a generous number to be able to do this for them.
That's your estimate.
Yes,
Does that
sir.
interfere with your salary?
No, sir. However, the charging of a developer's agreement fee is in line with the regular Florida statute that says that any new development shall pay for any and all costs that they bring forward to that community and not have the other taxpaying citizens be burdened by it.
I understand. I mention that because any added cost to the endeavor of development is going to be offset to the ultimate homeowner. It's just, because I know that they're not, the developers are not in the business to lose money. And this is additional cost factor, I guess, that will be offset to the homeowner as we're driving to get to an affordable level of housing, attainable housing, and it's just another cost to just put on and then be redistributed to all of the applicants, the people that are paying the freight, the homeowners, eventually. So I wonder if we could, if we did so, to carve out an affordability clause, an incentivization to encourage affordability, to encourage attainability, to not have that application cost applied if the application meets certain criteria.
I would not disagree with that, Commissioner. I would just ask that it be actual statutory affordability and not just a willy-nilly definition of what affordability is pursuant to each developer.
Could you enumerate these statutorily acceptable verbiage for affordability?
I do not have it off the top of my
And
head, but
nobody-
I think I recall it being around Chapter 400 of the Florida statutes, and I'm sure that any developer and their attorney are more than capable of looking that up before they apply.
Just an approach to perhaps maybe encourage some thought process. I know it's not large, but if it's 1,000 or 2, it's something to say, you know what, maybe I'm incentivized to create something a little where we can get some workforce underneath roofs.
Commissioner Flesher, if I may. When Andy worked on this last, it was May of last year, he actually built in some language that allows the Public Works Director and the actual Planning and Development Services Director to waive those application fees for affordable housing projects. And in our definitions, the affordable housing projects have to meet the state standard. So that is already actually in the language on the notes section, subsection 3.
So you're saying that our definition, and Counselor, you're saying that so long as it fits the statutorily acceptable terminology for affordability. So
Yes, sir.
how's it going to work?
Which is what it, As Mr. Belter just said, for the other fees, it does say that they're able to waive them if it meets the statutory definition. So I would just ask that this be applied in the same way. That if this fee gets adopted, that if it would be something that dealing with affordability, it could also be waived by the Public Works Director or Planning and Services Director if it deals with affordability pursuant to the statute, just as all the other fees do.
Thank you. Any questions of staff on this application?
No, I'd be happy to move approval.
Second.
Like to, you have a motion and a second, and is there anybody from the audience that wishes to talk on this? Seeing none? Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ellen Muchiri. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Now move on to Public Works. We have item JA1, which is a follow-up. The options for paving of 32nd Avenue in Gifford neighborhood. And there's attachments, there's a survey, and there's Adi. Dr. Adi.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Commissioners. Adi Javed, your Public Works Director, here to give you an update on Gifford neighborhood plan as it relates to 32nd Avenue and 43rd Place. At the last meeting in March, you had directed the staff to come back with some additional information. So today I'm here to present some of that additional information, including the survey that we had done of those two streets, and then also give you a recap and then provide some engineering and some cost and scheduling information for you to perhaps, provide us some more guidance in terms of where you want us to move forward, when it comes to paving 32nd Avenue. All right, okay. So I quickly wanted to recap the three options that were discussed at the last commission meeting. I do want to point out as part of the first option, last time, when I presented this information, staff was under the impression that 43rd Place is actually an existing county right-of-way, but further research by our county survey team and by legal team, we actually discovered that it's actually a 30-foot ingress and egress easement versus a dedicated right-of-way. So as it stands right now, both 43rd Place and 32nd Avenue, both are private streets. Second option that we talked about last time was doing some paving on 43rd Place and 32nd Avenue. And the last option was basically the third option, which included not only just paving, but also included drainage and the ultimate solution, which would take care of all the flooding issues in the Gifford neighborhood. If you recall, the price tags for all these three options range between $300,000 to about $2.5 million. We have also looked at some options to see how we can bring the prices down. I do want to also mention, did some more research. One of the things that sometimes gets confusing is because of the street signage that we have out there, it gives the perception that these are public streets. So something that the staff research is that maybe identifying these streets as private streets. So if you look at the slide that I have on the screen right now, it shows a best practice by Hillsborough County, where what they're doing is they are using blue street signs to dedicate or to identify the private streets as private streets. So with your permission and consensus, one of the things what Public Works would like to do is anytime we have any private streets, we would like to go ahead and change those green street signs to those blue street signs with the fact so that it helps identify everybody that these are private streets and not public streets. So just a recommendation for your consideration.
Is there an abundance of subject streets similar to?
There seems to be quite a few since I've been here. It looks like, we get a lot of questions about whether this is a public street or a private street when it comes to maintenance of our, paved and unpaved streets. So this would definitely help. So, it's out there, everybody can look at it.
I think if you want to bring that back as a separate agenda item,
Will
that
do.
would be more appropriate
Will do, yes, ma'am.
with
Will
costs
do.
and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, will do. And I mean, this would be more on, as needed basis, but at least wanted to bring this to your attention. That seems like this comes up over and over again where there's a question whether this is a public and private street, and something like this would help alleviate some of those questions.
And that's why I brought up the amount, because I realize that this could be a significant impact.
And what we can do is we can roll it out slowly, especially like hotspots and areas of concerns that, keeps coming up repeatedly, and then roll it out from there. So it doesn't have to be a county-wide initiative, right off the bat, but something we can work on slowly but surely. But at least wanted to bring this to your attention, that this would be something that we will be bringing back to you. Just a little bit more information, just like I said, option 1 was paving of 43rd Place. These are just the recap of the options that we discussed at the last meeting. Obviously, this is going to be within the existing ingress and egress easement. There could be additional costs for either trying to get some kind of a perpetual easement or right-of-way dedication from the owners. The cost for this was about $312K per our discussion at the last commission meeting. Option 2 included 43rd Place and paving of 32nd Avenue with some minor drainage improvements. The cost was, if you recall, was about $1 million. And the third option included, again, just like I mentioned before, the complete drainage improvements, and the cost for this was about $2.5 million. This gives you an idea of the topography and the survey that we just recently did for the neighborhood. One of the things I also wanted to point out was the concern about flooding the homeowners in terms of like if you were to pave the street. So there's about a 3-foot difference between the elevation on the ground on the street versus the finished floor elevations. So as it stands right now, the finished floor elevations of most of the homes in this neighborhood are ranged between 21 feet to 21.5 feet, whereas the ground elevation for the dirt street ranges between 18 foot to about 18.5 foot. So just like I said, there's about a 3-foot difference between the finished floor elevations and the ground elevation of the dirt street. So that gives us a little bit comfort that if we were to pave and do stuff, we would not basically be, directing all the runoff into the private homes. Also, something I wanted to point out by doing the survey, that the dirt strip that is out there, the width of that ranges anywhere between 5 foot to about 15 foot. As you can probably look at the survey information, it's not consistent throughout that street. So in some cases, it's as narrow as 5 foot. In other cases, it's as wide as almost 15 to 20 foot wide strip. We also did some more research and found out that, we have going to have about impact to 10 residents. And there are at least 10 vacant parcels out there. And there's a potential, let's say, if we were to move forward with getting the ultimate drainage solution in addition to your paving option, one of those vacant parcels can be recommended to be used as a pond. Just an option and an idea out there just for the ultimate built out, if that's something that the commission would like to consider. We were also asked to see if we can go out there and stake the proposed right-of-way, as we had proposed at the last commission meeting that, we are looking at about a 30-foot wide right-of-way. So as you look on your screen right now, this identifies some of the stakes that were put out there. Surprisingly, I don't know if this is by design or something maybe somebody had looked at in the past, but some of those stakes were right on the edge of where the existing fences are. Again, I don't know if it's a coincidence, but it just seems like in some ways those stakes or that proposed 30-foot wide right-of-way, when we put the stakes out there, they were right on the edge of those fences. I do want to point out that if we were to move forward with some of the proposed improvements, this could include the relocation of about 18 mailboxes that we counted along the 43rd Place and 32nd Avenue. This next screen shows you some of the proposed typical sections. So if you look at the one at the bottom, it shows the existing topography in the area, which includes the dirt street. The one in the middle is the one that we're recommending as a preferred option, which includes about a 14-foot wide paved street and 2 5-foot wide swales on either sides to help alleviate some of the drainage concerns. The typical section on the top is the one that is the ultimate build-out, and if you can look at it, it also shows that it will include some drainage pipes to basically bring all the runoff from 32nd Avenue and 43rd Place all the way along to 33rd, and then take it all the way to 45th Street. I also wanted to present some of the paving options that were discussed at the last commission meeting. Obviously, if you look at the picture on the left-hand side, it shows the existing dirt street. In the middle, if you were to move forward with milling of the streets, this is what it would look like. I mean, obviously much better than a dirt street. And something else that was brought up at the last meeting was the chip seal option. I actually even identified a location down in Fort Pierce. So if you look at the right-hand corner, the top photo, it shows where the chip seal has been applied in our neighborhood, or close to Indian River County. The name of the street is Seminole Road, south of State Road 614. And this street was paved about 3 years ago. Would be happy to take you, or if you would like, give you the information. Anybody who would like to see what chip seal looks like, what it feels like, and if you want to drive on it, you certainly can do it. And if there's any additional questions, we would be happy to answer about that. And obviously also for comparison purposes, also wanted to include paved streets. So if you look at the bottom right-hand corner, you will see 43rd Place, or 43rd Street, which is the existing paved street. That's what it would look like. So if you compare chip seal to the paved 43rd Street, they're pretty comparable, maybe a little bit rougher ride when it comes to the chip seal, but it's a little bit more economical and can still serve the purpose as what the commission is trying to do. For your benefit, I also included an infographic about what chip seal means. So what it typically does is that you grade the dirt road, you put some asphalt emulsion or binder on it, and then you put basically the aggregate chips, and you roll a grader out there and you flatten it. And what it does is that with the emulsion, it basically fills in on all the gaps and stuff and helps keep the chips and the gravel together for the long haul. Something else that was asked at the last commission meeting was to include some scheduling and cost information. So after talking to some of the contractors and consultants and getting their feedback in terms of what it would look like, if we were to move forward with engineering and design. So if you look at it, the information that was provided by some of our consultants, they are thinking that the engineering and design for a project like this can take anywhere from 4 to 9 months. And the cost of the engineering fee for that can range anywhere between $40,000 to about $200K. Permitting, based on some conversations with the permitting jurisdictions, and again, experience working with other consultants, it's expected that permitting can take about 3 to 4 months, and the average cost for that came about around $15K. For right-of-way dedication or perpetual easement, again, that depends whether the homeowners or the affected residents are willing to donate the right-of-way or the easement to us, or do we have to go through the negotiation process? And that can range anywhere from 3 to 12 months. Obviously, the price for that can, again, vary based on the assessed value of those homes or the market value. Last thing is the construction. So again, depending on the technique or the preferred option, the range for the construction schedule can vary between 2 to 6 months. And the cost, based on the direction we got from the commission at the last meeting, can range anywhere between $350K to about $1 million. So that's a quick overview of the additional information along with the recap from the last commission meeting, and I stand here for any questions that you may have.
Doc, that information as far as the chip sealing, again, it's closer to an asphalt application than millings. Would the cost savings be ample enough to offset some of the drainage application?
It certainly can help with offsetting the cost for drainage application, yes, sir.
The community spoke, and representatives from the community also fully supported the middle line if it had the enhanced drainage. The drainage is a tremendous concern, has always been a tremendous concern in that area, and it was one of the main thoughts when the Gifford Neighborhood Project was revisited and reestablished, and we were moving forward with some drainage applications. So if, I just wanted that thought process, if the chip sealing would offset enough, and you said it would do significantly?
It will. I mean, obviously, the cost can be shifted to address some of the drainage concerns versus, spending more money on the paving itself. Yes, sir.
Biggest obstacle moving forward?
Permitting could be one of the things, and then right away.
That could be tough here.
And right away, negotiations could be another thing. Those two things, in terms of the engineering and construction, those are more simple, straightforward, but typically the permitting, again, we're looking at different options. It could be an exemption, or it could be a full-blown permit, again, depending on the option we will pick. And then the second thing would be the right-of-way impacts, or, the dedication by the residents, whether they would be willing to donate this to us, or would we need to go back and negotiate, any kind of a right-of-way taking with the homeowners. Because again, both of these streets right now, as it stands, are private streets.
You have all the properties identified,
Yes, sir.
and in having all those properties identified, you will begin the process of dealing with them.
We will, so the way typically the process works is, you do some engineering and design, you identify some of those impacts, then the surveyors go back and they will prepare, with the help from the county attorney's office, all the legal sketches, and that's when you go back to the residents and you start the negotiation process, or at least begin the conversation with them.
Well, it's been a project that's been long envisioned and even longer time in coming. So with that in mind, how much addition do you anticipate with the understanding that we need additional right-of-way?
So again, if all the homeowners are amenable and agreeable to, working with the county and giving us the right-of-way that we need, it can take a few months. But again, I don't know if all the residents live in the community, or, if some of them are renting. So again, those are some of the questions we would have to reach out to the residents and see. And again, it could be a few months, and sometimes something like this can take anywhere from 6 to 12 months, again, just depending on, I wish I had a crystal ball where I can tell you exactly how long it will take, but certainly the initiative from the county staff's perspective would be to, expedite this thing and get it done in the next few months. And I'm sure with the help from the county attorney's office and our county survey team, we will jump on it.
We haven't seen it on the actual diagramming, or plan, but we have seen it or heard about roadway to mailbox or roadway to front threshold to the home. Is there much concern with that, complications?
Not at this time. And one of the things what we can do is that we will work closely with the engineer and the contractor. And one of the recommendations that I would make is maybe we make it more like a design-build approach, where the contractor and the consultant work together with the neighborhood, so we can kind of help alleviate some of those concerns. Otherwise, it becomes a long, drawn process. Again, just some of the things for you to consider.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I may, to follow up on some of those are good questions. Is this, how, under the main plan, how wide would the road be? Is it, we talking a 2-lane road?
We're looking at almost like a 1-lane road, so it would be like
One-lane
14
road.
to 15 foot
Okay.
wide, yes, sir.
Okay, and there's no doubt, whether we were talking Gifford neighborhood plan or anything else, this area needs to be improved with the road. So that was my thoughts, was, a 1-lane road, maybe on the 32nd Avenue spot, wider road on 40, maybe if there's room, 42nd Place, and then, for the whole thing. But, yeah, Commissioner Fleischer, Chairman, have some good questions, and those were what I was going to ask. So, but this would be more of a 1-lane road.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It would be in it.
Right, because if we went 30, is this the 30 feet that it would take?
It will take about 30 feet, so just like I said, about a 14 to 15-foot wide paved section, and then you would have about 5-foot strips of swales on either side, so 10 plus, 14 or 15, you're looking about 25 feet wide improvements within the 30-foot right-of-way.
Well, I like the idea of working with the homeowners, see what would make them happy. I mean, some of them may want to sell their right away and make money. Some of them, I wouldn't think that you're going to get many takers if it's going to come up to their, like you said, their threshold or their door. That's just a big issue with me. So, no, I'm just curious to see what everybody else says, but I'm kind of with you.
Hey.
Yes, ma'am.
I wasn't here for the original compilation of the Gifford neighborhood plan. If you know, is this the worst street in the area? Is that why we're looking at this?
I believe there are other streets in the area that has come up. I wasn't here myself either, so I don't know some of the reasons, but I believe it was part of the initial Gifford neighborhood plan. Maybe Chris Baltram might have more information on the background.
And I'm sorry, did you say is this public or private road?
These are both private streets right now, ma'am.
So this is a private
43rd,
road?
43rd Place and 32nd Avenue as it stands right now are both private.
Okay, thank you.
Give you a little history. It was part of the initial Gifford neighborhood plan for drainage and for paving. And again, as Dr. Addy indicates, it was unknown that it was private. And I think we talked about that with the county administrator some year ago about private versus public, and when there was the initial inquiry. But reflecting back to the Gifford neighborhood plan, it was in there for the drainage. We applied the manhole, person hole, right? Okay? That cap is higher than the roadway grading. And as the dirt road deteriorates through wear, tear, and movement of water or lack of drainage, it's then deteriorating to a point where that cast iron cap is higher and at times scrapes the bottom of the vehicles. And that was the nexus into moving forward and doing something. I think we proposed to do a flaring out, and that was debuffed because that will eventually erode and collapse anyway. That's just adding a temporary Band-Aid to a major cast problem. And I believe then that's when we revisited back into, this was a commitment by the Gifford neighborhood, before the Gifford neighborhood plan, and we went halfway through it. I believe the previous Public Works Director said that it would not be done. And there was too many issues, and that was chalked off as such. And I will thank you. Yes, you were greatly urged to revisit this, and I'd just like to see it happen. Again, had we known this was all private, that there was no right-of-way, perhaps maybe that should have been known when we committed to the community on the drainage and to the paving in the plan, and as a commitment to improve the drainage. Perhaps maybe it would have been a little easier to digest now that this is a private road versus a public road or local street. And do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Adi, I think there was some complications. But nonetheless, we have to get through all the complications and get to the original commitment, to a dedication to better infrastructure and safer infrastructure.
Yes, sir, and that's why we presented all the pros and cons and our findings to you, so you have a complete picture of where we are and what we have found.
Thank you. I just wanted to address that. Anything else?
What would be your recommendation? You have a staff recommendation?
So staff recommendation is kind of the middle of the road based on the feedback that we had received from the commission at the last meeting about a 14-foot or a 15-foot wide paved section, and preferably if everybody agrees, or if we get the consensus from the commission, and if the community is okay with it, to go with the chip seal versus the actual paved street. But that's just a recommendation. It is completely up to you whether you want to pave it based on the initial commitment as it was, I guess, identified in the Gifford neighborhood plan.
Again, not being an engineer, I take the opportunity to take you up on the offer and visit the chip seal location, and it's a road. It's a road. I think it's, again, personally, not having your expertise, I feel that the chip seal is far closer to a paved environment that lasts 15, 20 years, and as opposed to the millings, which you estimate is 5 to 8 years. And it's far closer to a paved environment, so I think if the cost factor offsets the amount that has to enhance the drainage, I believe it's a great benefit.
I also wanted to point out,
The
since
roadway
it's,
wasn't that rough.
yes, and the other thing I want to point out is it's not a heavily traveled street section, so basically that street section is used by the residents themselves. So chip seal would still work. Like, if it was like heavy traffic area, then probably paving would make more sense. Again, just a recommendation, totally up to the commission.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well,
That was my whole thing from the beginning with this, to spend like $2.5 million on a road that's not heavily traveled, but yet it needs improved. What's the best way to do it? I like where we're going with this. So we give you the opportunity to work with the residents, work with the Civic Association and others to do this. We need to start moving forward on this plan as a whole. And this, if we can do it get the same results at a lower cost, maybe we can spend the money elsewhere on other drainage through the Gifford community or other places. But we need to keep talking about this and move on with it. So I'll move staff recommendation to use the middle of the road, working with the residents and evaluating and preferably using the chip seal process to move this project forward.
Second, yes. I think we're on a good course. But we have a law enforcement officer here. I'd like to have a speeding ticket issued sometime during the process.
Well, hopefully you won't have that issue on this street, sir.
No, we won't have an actual speed issue. I think virtually, I'd like to see a speeding ticket on the progress of this particular project. It's been a long time coming. It's many years. And thank you for revitalizing the ball. I do have, I see a few folks in attendance that have been very much part of this journey. If anyone would like to speak in behalf of the project or what the discussion was.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tony Brown. I kind of had a drop in my stomach sitting there for a moment when it went private, that this was a private street. I'm not necessarily a conspiracy theorist, but my mind went there momentarily because all through the history, Joe and I were talking, I've never known it to be a private road. I grew up thinking it was a county road. But that being said, I like what Adi is saying. Oh, I thought it was off. But I like the idea that the chip road, access road moving forward. And I also concur with Commissioner Fletcher. let's get a speeding ticket in the process of moving this forward. We've been waiting over 20 years, and it's just over and over. And I saw the stakes. You virtually have the area that you need, but I also like the idea of conferring with the residents. Uh, if even a walkthrough to say this is what we're planning. Some of them are aware of it, some of them are not. But just to let the community know we're moving, we want your input. This is what we're planning to do. And the middle of the road, I concur with, but I just want to see this done and done soon as possible. And I thank everybody for doing what they're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
I am Myra Ferguson, and I grew up on 32nd Avenue. And we all knew that that was a private road, that the people that lived on 32nd Avenue, they gave up property so that that road could come through there because there was no access. It has always been private. We still have property on that street. I went through and did a drive-through as well as myself. And I saw that our property, unlike some of the other properties, it's right at the property line, but it comes up onto our property. I don't have a problem with you putting the pavement through there at all. I just want you to make sure that you speak with those people that live on that street. And I saw that at the first house coming in, that the stake was right at the fence on both sides of the street coming in. And in some areas, it's up further in the property. So I understand that when they paved 43rd and 66 and 27, there was compensation given to those individuals that lived there that gave up portion of their property so the road could come through there. And I want the same consensus for those people that live on 32nd Avenue.
Thank you. Anything further?
I don't want to just...
Come on, Joe.
Good morning. I don't want to just basically repeat what Tony said, but the chip seal, I like that as well. So that middle of the road, I'm all for that middle of the road as well.
Thank you. Seeing no further, we have motion by Commissioner Harriman, seconded by myself. No further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right. You take the deputy with you. At this time, we urge to take a break, and a break we will. I know, but I. The meeting will now be called back to order. And next item is from Utility Services. Mr. Sean Leskey is going to give us a review of America's Water Infrastructure Act and the Risk and Resilience Assessment updates.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's still morning, hard to believe.
Just
It's
making it.
just under noon. Sean Leskey again, Utilities Director. We just have a brief update. So over about the last 6 months, a little bit longer, and we started this in September, we have been working with a partner, Arcadis, to go through some requirements that were required actually, and they'll kind of get into this a little bit more, as a result of America's Water Infrastructure Act that was a national legislation that was enacted by Congress in 2018. And it had some requirements that we had to do, and we had to initially do these back several years ago, and every 5 years we have to do an update. We brought this to you, I think, last year in 2024 to start this process, and we have since completed the risk and resiliency portion of this. We're going to continue actually working with them to update our emergency response plan as well. But we've had a great partnership with Arcadis over the last 6 months. There's a couple of individuals here today from Arcadis representing their Corey Sapp and Ryan Blada are here from Arcadis. Corey's going to actually be part of the presentation this morning along with Howard Richards, our capital projects manager. I'd also wanted to kind of take a minute to recognize a couple of key players from Arcadis that were involved with this. Zahira Tieso Tesada, who was the project manager for Arcadis and actually going to continue being a project manager on the risk and resiliency, and Giovanna Batista, who played an integral part of the project as well. We're here to give you kind of an update on the process and what we went through. But as we get through this, please keep in mind that the results of this are really confidential and proprietary. We're looking at kind of risks to our system and how we kind of address those risks. And so the plan itself is not open to public record. It is a protected document. So really what we're going to be talking about today is general, what we went through, what we evaluated, how we evaluated it, and the importance of kind of taking that next step of can we mitigate some of those risks that were evaluated as part of the study. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Howard. I don't want to steal their thunder. There's a lot of information here to provide, but I'm going to turn it over to Howard, and he's going to kind of give an introduction, and we'll kind of move forward from there.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Howard Richards, Manager of Capital Projects, Department of Utilities. Change it. Okay. Thank you, Sean, for that introduction. So to give you a quick background, in 1984, we had the Rajneehi bioterror attack in the Dalles, Oregon, with a salmonella contamination of the city water supply tank, and there was an outburst of about 750 cases. In 2001, we had the World Trade Center attack. That led to the passing of the Bioterrorism Act in 2002, requiring utilities to conduct vulnerability assessments of their physical assets against terrorism or intentional acts. Then shortly after, in 2005, we had Katrina, where hundreds of drinking water utilities and wastewater utilities were impacted, costing over $2 billion in infrastructure damages, according to AWWA, American Water Works Association assessment. Then in 2014, we had chemical spill at Elk River in Charleston, Virginia, where hundreds received hospital care, and that cost over $72 million in recovery. Then in 2014, we had the Flint River Flint water crisis, where thousands of children were exposed to lead poisoning that is estimated in the millions to billions for years to come. And in 2018, there was a ransomware attack in the city of Atlanta that was estimated at the time to be $9.5 million in recovery efforts, but it turns out to be much more than that. So these are just some events that have taken place over the years that led to the passing of America's Water Infrastructure Act on October 23rd, 2018. We call that AWIA. AWIA seeks to address threats to safe, adequate, and reliable drinking water. AWIA also mandates that community water systems serving greater than 3,300 people to conduct risk and resilience assessments of their water system against malevolent acts and natural hazards, and to update their emergency response plan. AWIA also highly recommends doing it for wastewater as well, but the law does not cover wastewater, just for water systems. The law also requires updates every 5 years, and IRC's Department of Utilities certified its first risk and resilience assessment in March of 2020, which sets the first 5-year renewal at March 31st of this year, which we had completed that. And the emergency response plan is due 6 months after, so that's going to be due in September of this year. So last year, October 10th, 2024, the board approved work order number 1 to Arcadis to assist with completing updates to the risk and resilience assessment. As Sean mentioned, we've completed the risk and resilience assessment, and we're in the process of completing the emergency response plan now. So at this time, I will turn it over to Corey Sapp, who will go through the process for the risk and resilience assessment.
First, I'd like to thank the Utilities Department, their staff, and all of the effort they put in with us. This is a very collaborative effort between the consultant and the utility wherever we do this. And we went through workshops, we went site visits. They really went out of their way to help us, and were very responsive. So, and that, we really appreciate that. It helps facilitate the whole thing and make it much more meaningful to this water system. So under AWIA, you look at what we call all hazards and all aspects of the water system. So everything from the pipe system, the transmission mains, the infrastructure above ground, below ground, the monitoring of the water, and the financial infrastructure of the utility as far as being able to respond and having what they need, and the disinfection chemicals and other chemicals used in treatment processes or elsewhere, the operation and maintenance aspects that might be affected, what the capital needs are for improving, and the things that you're doing now versus in the future and in what you've done in the past. They really like to see that improvement timeline. Cyber is one of the big components. We do an entire cybersecurity assessment or cyber assessment. And again, we look at natural hazards, malevolent acts, and other risks as well. So EPA has approved the use of an industry standard under American Water Works Association called J100. And this has been updated several times over the years. And it is for the risk and resilience management of water and wastewater systems. So we use this standard routinely. And so the assessment follows the basic 7 steps. So just to kind of walk you through where we start and where we end. We start with looking at the assets and characterizing their criticality and how they function in the system. We call them mission critical. Some of them are single points of failure. Some of them are necessary for firefighting pressure, treatment of the water so that it is safe. And then we characterize all the threats that could impact that mission. And it's an all hazards approach. We also look at dependency threats, supply and demand, especially since after COVID, we found that was a big deal. And we're constantly learning about new and different threats. Also, accidental threats, things that might be near you that might happen and affect your accessibility to that asset. And then we move to the next stage where we have paired all of the critical assets and all of the threats that are applicable to those. And we look at what the consequence would be, and that is, the impacts to the utility and as well to the community. So it looks at both a community regional level economically, as well as the utility itself. Then we look at the vulnerability of those assets to that threat. For example, are they designed to withstand the hurricane? That type of thing. How well redundant the system is, you can work around these things or not. And then threat likelihood, each of the threats has either an assigned likelihood that the EPA recommends, or we look at research data for natural hazards. We look at future conditions that might affect these assets, and we look at what they use, what they depend on, the supply and manufacturing of things, and the proximity of other potential things that could happen. And we put a likelihood to that value. It's generally on a per year basis, so say once every 10 years, or how often do the hurricanes come, at what strength, and the impacts that they would have. And then after that, we do the risk assessment, which is basically just identifying your highest risk to your lowest and your resiliency in each of those cases. And then the last step is managing that risk, looking at initiatives, projects, things that you can do to lower the risk and increase the resiliency of your system to withstand these threats. Any questions? I know it's it's just a stepwise process that has a lot of intricacies in between. So to give a little bit more detail about what we did look at, we looked at the critical assets. We took all of the utility assets and divided them as tier 1, 2, or tier 3. The tier 1 were identified as this must be operating in order to meet your mission criteria, meet health and safety standards and firefighting pressure throughout the event or the impact. And also single points of failure, which obviously would cause part of the system to go down. Tier 2 are important facilities. They support these assets. They keep them running optimally, but we are looking at when they're under threat or an emergency, so you can pull back a little bit in some cases. So they're important facilities to keep in mind, and we did look at them, not necessarily run them through the whole process, but make sure they were accounted for. And tier 3 are redundant assets that provide that resiliency, or they're not critical, or they're shuttered at the time. So we picked the highest ones to take a look at because that's really we want to focus our time and effort. And then we go through and we've had workshops to identify what are the natural hazards of concern in your area now and in the future that may get worse. Accidental hazards, things like accidentally, dosing a chemical or, really looking at that O&M process. Or if someone is constructing something, how often do pipes get broken? How does that system work within the county? Is it working well or not? Construction, things like that. Malevolent threats, it can be anything from terrorism to theft or vandalism. Dependency hazards, we look at chemicals, the disinfection chemicals that you need, and the supply and demand of that. We look at power and diesel fuel to run generators, things that you need in emergency and depend on to continue your operations. And then the 2 proximity hazards in the area are basically the airport and railroads, because a lot of rail lines run by some critical facilities, and if there were to be an accident, as we know that happens, what would happen? You know, how would that impact the utility's ability to continue to operate, as well as if there were an aircraft accident, even if it just means cordoning off the area for a long time and you can't get there, or if it hits it directly. So then when we get to the risk step, the actual analysis, we're looking at what are the expected losses if that occurrence happened, you know, and we're talking about the worst reasonable case scenario. We're looking at things, you know, like a Hurricane Katrina, or things that really could bring that system down for a long time, because we don't want that to happen. And resilience is your ability to adapt or withstand those effects. So if it does hit, you know, how well is that structure going to stand up, or how well is that process going to continue without interruption? And if it is interrupted, how long would it be down, and what are your abilities to recover rapidly? And then the equation is you multiply that consequence, that vulnerability, and the threat likelihood, and that becomes your risk number. And risk is calculated in dollars, just to have a comparison to go by. It's not the amount of money you'd be putting out, it's the economic impacts, it's things beyond your control, it's also, you know, some of the burdens that you might face. So the resilience portion of the assessment, which is a different indicator, it's a composite indicator that comes under this standard from AWWA, and it looks at your community that you're within, as well as your, you know, bond rating, your resources, and how you have progressed through various programs that are meant to keep those assets running and renewed and, you know, maintained. And also your ability to respond and continue operations and your planning around those types of things. So it's a scaled indicator, and it comes up with a percent. And I will say that the county is above the median, so there's room for improvement, but you are doing better than the average bear. So that is good news. And the department did certify to the EPA, and it's just a check, we did this. As we said, it's confidential, they do not give it to anyone. And it's held under tight control and needs permission. It's not under FOIA, it's not under Florida Sunshine State laws to disclose any of it. And they did this on March 28th in 2025, so it was an honor to help them to get to that step. Any questions about the process we went through, the standards that we used, or the things that we looked at? No?
What was make us better than the average bear?
Well, the average bear is about 50%. So we were above 50%, above 60%. But there is room for improvement, and that's what we're here to bring out and target and say, what's your highest priorities? You know, what are your riskiest things? What are your low-hanging fruits you can do easily, you can do quickly, versus longer-term planning? And there's a lot of things. I mean, we work with utilities nationwide and in the territories, and there are a lot of things. It doesn't always have to be millions and millions of dollars worth of improvements. And Howard will share some of the good news. Oh, one more slide. Mitigation strategies. This is where we work on improvement. So we categorize them in different ways. So redundancy, that lowers consequences. If you have 2 of something instead of 1 of something, you have a way around time to repair and don't lose your service. Hardening and technology, this is mainly security and cyber assets, and that reduces your vulnerability to a lot of the malevolent acts. Asset improving, that's asset management, improving the reliability and the functioning of what you're working with. It could be policies and procedures, making sure the staff are aware, know what they're doing, know what to do, what not to, making sure that training is there, the operations and maintenance are running smoothly, and recognizing when there is an event. People resources, this is often a big one. A lot of utilities struggle with, people retiring and being able to transfer that tremendous institutional knowledge over time. It's making sure you have positions filled and that you have the resources you need to do it and run in an efficient and effective manner. Spare parts and being able to do the repairs yourself quickly, reducing that downtime of an asset. Emergency preparedness, which is the section we're working on now, and how to respond and have training and do exercises so that this is not, an out of the blue thing that you've at least virtually experienced or thought about. And planning, looking for the best solutions for tomorrow, which has a lot to do with, source water or drought or what would you do in the event of. So with that, Howard will talk about things you're doing now.
Yeah. I'll just finish up with some of the key projects that we have been working on or plan to do in the near term. We just completed a compliance variance evaluation at Hobart Water Treatment Plant. Departmental records digital conversion allows to retain records. The industrial control system upgrade is a key project that is a collaboration between the Department of Utilities and IT department as well, working on that project together. We're doing some PLC upgrades. PLC is part of our operational technology that we use in the utilities at both Oslo and Hobart Water Treatment Plant. We just completed Oslo, and we're in the process of wrapping up Hobart. And we're in phase 2 now of the Upper Florida and Aquifer S1R replacement. We just finished up S1. In the near term, we have some quick hit projects is what we call them. They can reduce our risk in terms of exposure dollars at minimal costs. Things like employee parking segregation at Hobart Water Treatment Plant, ensuring that we always have adequate personal protective equipment on hand. We want to continue to make sure we have adequate portable generators for whenever we have hurricane and power outages at our lift stations, for example. And we want to make sure that where we have sensitive projects going on site, they're being managed by utility staff. And we want to have telemetry monitoring of our wells as well for blending, and then delegation of admin rights as needed, limiting assignment of domain admin groups members. Again, these projects on the right are fairly low cost, but high risk reduction or improving our resiliency as well. So with that, I think we'll thank you very much for your time today, and we'll take any questions that you may have.
I appreciate the overview. Again, talking about threats and risks and what we're exposed to. I remember speaking with the founder of Arcadis back in 2006.
Wow.
And we were talking about, again, this was still fresh with some of the larger national threats that had taken place. And we talked about water security. It was at the same time as there was a few individuals talking about reservoirs out west of town and collectors. And that topic came up very quickly, that again, we might be a little concerned if we wanted to do an open reservoir out west, or several open reservoirs out west. But water concerns were clearly a big factor. Subsequently, a few years later, we had an individual open up, again, not enumerated here, but open up a large percentage of our fire hydrants, depleting the water to our system below acceptable minimal standards and causing emergency response to all fire hydrant locations, as they were discovering that someone later was identified, but had opened up a huge amount of our fire hydrants. They produce they deliver a lot of water. And it was done in the middle of the night, and by morning time, we had grave concerns. That was not a contaminant. That was a system concern, though, that could be done. Since then, there were some changes, but I was impressed. I mentioned back in 2006, and you're not related to the founder, are you?
No, I am not.
Oh, it was an absolute pleasure to hear some of the concerns that were even then, and now even more so. So.
I've been working with utilities since 1997, and it's always a concern.
It is a big factor. I think that everybody focuses in on possibility of contamination, chemical threat, and I think that was a big factor back then. But there are more concerns.
Oh, yes.
And they've grown as we've grown, and the dependency on the availability for use and what we have to provide with the system, even as we expand and we have more growing concerns. And it's not just about changing out filters and cartridges and making sure things are pure or acceptable levels. It's gone well beyond that.
It has. Very much has.
So thank you for the presentation.
Very well.
Does anybody have any questions of our consultant?
Fascinating information.
Yes.
Chairman, I just had one thing I wanted to add too. At the conclusion of this, we did come up with some mitigation, as Howard mentioned and Corey mentioned, mitigation strategies. Those mitigation strategies kind of run the gamut of these kind of quick wins versus some more long-term, hardening projects that might have to take place. As we get into that, that's also going to be something that we consider, and we're going to be working with HDR, a contractor on the Integrated Water Master Plan, to incorporate some of the mitigation strategies from this into that plan as well. So we're going to continue working on those sorts of things. And we'll obviously play into our capital projects program as we move forward. But just wanted to make sure that we were aware that some of what comes out of this will be additional, perhaps, projects that will include some more large-term, large-scale capital projects as well. So,
Thank you. Anything further?
It's refreshing to know that we are ahead of the curve, so to speak.
Ahead of the curve, yeah.
You are in many ways.
Yeah, I'd like to think that way.
Thank you. We anticipate in just a few months up the road, revisiting with further plans and action.
Yep.
Or approval for action. I'm sure you get it.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan would like to speak regarding this.
I have a curiosity. This is for you. I have a curiosity. Tom Sullivan, 4187 West 16th Square. When you talked about the redundancy, should we be considering a future urban service boundary, any type of design metric? Is there something that creates a better?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I know Sean would, and I've had this discussion before, as we
Get a little closer to the red dot.
as we're going through the master plan, obviously, and we're looking at building out our distribution system, we're going to be looking at ways to prevent, single point failures within our system. So there's going to be some redundancy within the system or different paths for water distribution flow.
Would that then affect how you would look to build out your urban boundary system?
Yeah, because we have to build it for reliability, right? And so we have to look at that. We have to look at where we could have single point failures and try to prevent those from being in our system.
And just to build on that, yes, I think your question has more to do with growth and where growth happens. I mean, certainly part of what the evaluation entails is also evaluating and understanding where growth is happening and making sure that we have adequate supply to those areas.
Considerably. Good question, as it will certainly add to the cost factor of supply line and the ability to deliver clear water. Thank you. Anything further? Well, we look forward to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now the next two items we have on the county attorney matters, we're going to be, the county administrative matters, we're going to be doing them at the end of this next discussion, and then we'll give further instruction. So at this point, we have, under commissioner matters, we have Commissioner Darrell Law. Vice Chairman has requested the quarterly updates from the county administrator and the county attorney. The report card.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the summer of '24, I recognized that deeply that this body acts like the board of directors, whether we're board of directors of a bank, board of directors for a nonprofit, and the like. And I felt it fitting to have the two folks that report directly to the board, being the county attorney and the county administrator, give the board a public overview. And I think it's healthy for the community and certainly healthy for the board. At the time, General Counsel Schuler was not on board wasn't hired yet for the September 10th meeting. But she did, in fact, join us in the December meeting. So with that said, Mr. Chair, if I could discuss those in order, beginning with the General Counsel.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. So as mentioned, she obviously reports to the board, and this is really her full quarterly evaluation, which I believe now she is over 6 months. My observations, and I would encourage the other commissioners to include theirs, and some of the questions that, of course, that I've asked are for them to explain or describe their achievements and their obstacles and the future vision. Just my observation of General Counsel Schuler, she certainly is a good communicator with this board. I think most of us have had experience with other general counsel. She certainly, I believe, for my matters, keeps me informed on a regular basis, if not a daily basis. I think we have fulfilled a few of her requests and needs, Mr. Chair, by way of either reclassification or perhaps some salary adjustments to her team, to her work group. Mindful, it's only a small work group and very little turnover. In fact, I believe she's only had one addition to her staff since her tenure. She, as mentioned, continues to brief the commissioners as needed in anticipation of a lot of the issues that come before this body to allow us to make better decisions. She does this in concert, of course, with Attorney Prada and Attorney Hicks. One thing that I have also observed is sometimes our attorney's office can be a little granular, a little in-depth of certain topics, and I understand the cautious of exposure to liability and the like. But overall, I'm satisfied with General Counsel Schuler, and Mr. Chair, if she could have the opportunity to explain some of her three items that we've mentioned, and then hopefully my fellow board members can comment as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate that, Vice Chairman Law. Counselor.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm going to start with achievements, and I've got one that's hot off the presses, which is that Judge Cox granted our order to enforce our settlement agreement in the Ganbin-Jackson case, and this is our last eminent domain case on the 66th Avenue project. She issued her final judgment last Thursday. And I have to give a lot of kudos to Attorney Susan Prado on that. She's really steered those cases through. We have associated outside counsel, but Susan was counsel of record on that case. She did the lion's share of the research to get that motion to enforce the settlement agreement, because we were just tired of this woman changing her tune every so often, and she also participated in those arguments. So I'm really happy to call that an achievement, and we're done with those. Yay. A couple other things is we've completed closings for two of your new fire stations 15 and 16. Again, I want to give a shout out to Nadja Westrick and Chris Hicks from my staff, who really were on top of making sure those closings got done and timely, and we look forward to those facilities. We have finalized the development agreement template that we promised, and we've been working with planning and development to try to better shepherd those. And we continue to bring you needed ordinances, including the recently needed public camping ordinance, and successfully fulfill hundreds of public records requests. We try to keep you apprised of those numbers. They're double what you were seeing last year. They just keep going up and up. As far as obstacles, well, you know, this is not news to you. That I think it's that the challenge is the ever-shifting legislative landscape. Every time we are trying to make progress on an issue, the legislature keeps changing and moving the goal line. An example would be our Live Local. That was one of our goals, was to try to get ahead of the curve on Live Local, and here we are again, trying to play defense on these bills that are steamrolling through the legislature on taking away our planning authorities. So I will say, and I could go on and on, I mean, impact fees, special funding sources, those continue to be a challenge for us, but we've really just in our office tried to really stay on top of those legislative issues, to participate with your legislative team and give our analysis and feedback as needed. So we're trying to be part of that solution. As far as challenging, you know, the workload continues to be a challenge, but I think we're staying on top of it. You know, Indian River County is ambitious, and we're trying to keep up and be part of a good product and solutions. I'm proud of the team that I lead. If you come in my office and I invite you to walk in unannounced, you'll see people that are working hard. So I continue to be very happy with them. And I've tried to be very sensitive to the economy and the economic uncertainty. And as I make my budget, you won't see new staffing requests. I think we could grow, but one thing that I appreciate is that the county administrator has reached out to me to offer, and we are proposing this in the budget year, to move an existing position of acquisition person out of one department and into ours. I can tell you we can keep that person busy all the time, because the area that continues to keep us really busy is planning and acquisitions, and we're super excited about the environmental lands acquisitions that we're going to be doing, and we're pumped and ready to go for it. So I'm hoping that, I appreciate that opportunity, and we're hoping that that's going to work out. As far as my vision, we're going to keep pressing forward to bring you some substantial rewrites of your code. I currently drafted a rewrite of your purchasing code, trying to work with your procurement director to update our processes. I'm going to be bringing you a major rewrite of your special assessment code. You know, just in short, it's our office's goal to be responsive and effective. And I look forward to hearing from you on how we can better serve your needs.
Thank you, Counselor. Anybody have any input? I have to say, again, you've come into an environment that is evolving, and I think as far as the operations of the office, something was just commented on. Yeah, I do those casual visits. I have to say, you're one of the very few areas that is fully attended in the afternoon, fully attended the weekend before a holiday. I want you to know that I think you instill commitment to service within your division, our general counsel, our legal arena, the people that we depend upon. You have been approachable in person and by phone at any time, as early as 7 a.m., and responsive. And I say thank you for that. Did we have a couple of missteps? Sure. There's learning or adaptation to a new environment that is evolving. And again, we might hit a clerical error. We might hit something that was short of what we were doing. But I have to tell you, when you have the courage to say, let's drop back and regroup and make it happen, and you have new information that, upon advisement, was accurate at first, and you have been very open-minded to pause and reassess to make it right, to keep us legally sufficient, legally sound, and well-counseled. It's not an easy task. You have 5 individuals that are trying to, listening to the community, responsive to the community, responsive to needs, looking at avenues, rules and regulations that have to be adjusted, changed, modified, and then having the constraints of the time in which they can be done, the allowances by the legislature, or some courtroom constraints as well. And I have been very pleased at our decision to bring you aboard, and even further pleased as to your responsiveness with your staff. Your staff members have been always available for information. I understand one of them has illness, but knew that there was a possibility of a case going forward today, and that counsel is here today. There are certain sacrifices that we all have to make, and I appreciate the fact that you do as well, and the notification if where you're not going to be or where you are going to be, and with weekly meetings. In addition, the roll call of what's happening in the office, the letter, the email of and the informational. I think that is well received. I think that, I don't know if my fellow colleagues have to say, but I actually look forward to it. because it does prevent us having to have subsequent meetings consistently. And I do appreciate your open doorness, because I know I don't, me personally, I don't set many appointments other than our weekly for the chair, and to make sure that we're set forward in motion in anything that happens on the agenda. But your door is open, and if it's closed, a wave, and then we talk, and always followed up. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you. Madam Council, I appreciate all you're doing, and I appreciate you letting us have access to Susan and Chris when you're not available, and we can, just maybe something quick we need. I know always, hey, Chris, can you answer this for me, kind of thing, and he answers it right away, and he's always very, very helpful. And Susan, obviously, the same way. So I think you're doing a great job. Carry on. That's all I got to say.
I just want to thank you specifically for all the work on the Calcutta docks, and I hope someday when it's on the agenda again, we actually get to talk about it. Thank you.
Okay. We're not giving out letter grades today, but sounds like you got a good one. Thank you. Anything further?
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, the second part is the review of our county administrator. And I kind of want to paint the picture. I think that 4 of the 5 of us haven't been through a change of a county administrator. And in the winter of '22, of course, there was a change. And we had Deputy Director Mike Zito become our assistant county administrator. And then we had a search, a very wide search, and we narrowed that down to a few contestants, or administrators, I should say. And the one we selected, Mr. Tatanich from St. Lucie County, and we all had his bio and his accomplishments, notably from Cocoa as the city manager, but then most recently from St. Lucie County as the number 3 in charge of innovation and economic developments and other things, to include, I think, an interim human resource director for some time while he was there. So I believe the 5 of us were excited. We knew that our past administrators had budget director backgrounds. And for that, we thank Mr. Brown and we thank Mr. Baird for putting us in a position financially. Some of us were here through the 08, 9, 10, 11, and 12 areas, and that certainly, I applaud the commission at that time and the administrators for getting us through that. So then in April of '23, we selected Mr. Tatanich, and he will rightfully tell you that when he came on board, it was budget preparation time. It was something different for the 4 of the 5 of us to adjust a change in a new administrator. Knowing that the 5 of us are tasked with primarily policy and budgetary issues, but as important, the board of directors for the county attorney and the county administrator. So through that summer of '23, we got through the budget cycle and we adjusted. And then we began to explore things that we would expect a new administrator to look into, whether that be strategic plans or mission statements. And again, it was something new and it was a change for all of us. And as we continued through that particular fall, along those lines, Mr. Tatanich in the spring brought on board County Administrator Assistant Nancy Bunt, who does a fantastic job, and we can talk about her in a few moments. Throughout that first year, board members, we looked at position allocations, We looked at what we needed to make our team better. Mind you, we're looking at this from a little different lens as the prior budget directors perhaps did, and we were looking more into having the dollars, Mr. Chair, to fund additional positions to make this machine a better machine. And I think this body agreed and, in fact, approved and allocated and funding not only for additional positions, but for reorganization of this agency in an effort, I believe, to make it one of the premier agencies in the state of Florida, if not the nation. After all, we had the background from Mr. Tatanich to fall on, not only COCO, but the innovative leadership in St. Lucie County. As that continued through the spring and summer of 2024 with the second assistant administrator on board, and with a reorganization that took place, Mr. Tatanich has reached his year, and then I certainly had interaction with our administrator, and then the budget era came in 24 of May, and then of course we approved that in July. In August, personally, August of 24, I went to Mr. Tatanich and I said, you know, I think we can do better. I think the community, the citizens, the taxpayers, and the board of directors, also known as the Board of County Commissioners, would like to hear your productivity, your vision, and your accomplishments. So, friends, then in September 9th was our first review of the county administrator, which I think certainly was warranted. I think we had an undercurrent of department heads that may have made some choices and decisions that perhaps were impeding our administrator's success. So I felt in August, I met with him and said September 10th of 2024, I in fact would ask for a review of your performance and anything that this body could help and need. Simultaneously, the board probably remembers that we were implementing a vision statement and a strategic plan to some degree. So as September rolled around, the administrator mentioned to us something ironically we've heard today, a single point of failure. And single point of failure, by definition, is essentially the system stops if there's one single point of failure. I think Mr. Tatanich mentioned one time single points of failure, meaning plural, which at this point he had had over a year of leadership, and we as a body were becoming more and more familiar, at least I was, with the agency as well as the flow, and simultaneously the complaints and concerns that we were getting from the community, in some instances from even employees, of bottlenecks, of some communication issues that they had perceived, as well as the community contacting the county commissioners, which they certainly do, and we appreciate that. So as we move forward past that month of September, October 9th, Hurricane Milton arrived, and Mr. Tatanich was about a month into his most recent evaluation, and I will tell you that everyone on this dais has been through a storm and a hurricane, and we know the staff that we have and our peripheral county partners that this community is going to get through a storm. We're very resilient, from the captain to my right to Deputy Joe to my left. We have that institutional knowledge, and the residents should know that this particular board is experienced and prepared in that, and that is paramount to us. Well, we got through that, and of course, we had a significant issue with not only debris pickup, debris removal, but a situation on 512 involving a complicated road failure, which ironically, our recently hired at the time Public Works Director, Adi Havid, hadn't been on board 2 months, I suppose, and handled that along with Public Works. That was all during that September through December, if you will, evaluation period. May have been some distractions there with respect to keeping your foot on the gas, so to speak, or discovering single points of failure, if you will. So December came, and it was General Counsel, it was her first evaluation, which I believe, again, wholeheartedly, that it is healthy for this community to hear from the two people singularly that we guide and direct as a body of county commissioners. December came, and Mr. Tatanich talked about the debris removal and how we were able to get through that with a slight modification to a contractor that had agreed to do it for a set price, but ultimately that was picked up, some would say in record time, some would say in average time. Simultaneously, we had the 512 road being fixed at the time, in fact, fixed in early January, and that was pretty much a lively discussion of the December review of Mr. Tatanich. So then we move along, and prior to that, I should say, let me qualify that, then Chair Adams had our county administrator in the late month of August 24 and September do ride-alongs and visits with different department heads prior to the September 10th meeting. And I think there was some positivity that came out of that. There were some surveys and some customer service questions and the like. I have not been privileged to read any of those. And then after the Hurricane Milton of October 9th, it was no longer, and that was no longer apparently a practice of the administrator. And of course, we had a change in our leadership as well, most recently in November with Chairman Flesher. So as we continued through December, essentially what I took out of that was a victory lap of the 512 and the debris pickup. I did not hear substance of things that are pertinent to the mission of this agency, to include our building department, our public works department, our planning department, albeit our parks and recreation, as mentioned earlier, I believe is a fine sign of leadership. Let's not forget, as I repeat, that Parks and Recreation also has the second amount of employees in totality. They have personnel issues, they have budget issues, and they have like. Sometimes it's nice to talk about parks and pickleball, and it's not nice to talk about plan developments and inspections and delays in inspections and the like. So as we move forward today, friends, we are here in the month of April, and there's been a lot of discussion on the direction that this particular conversation was and is going to take. Inevitably, someone from the media reaches out and I believe spoke to all five of us. I will tell you that not everything that you read is what probably the five of us have mentioned. And I also believe that I don't believe in running an agency by public opinion and the amount of ink that somebody has. I've always lived by that for over 35 years as a public servant. Sometimes it's backfired and sometimes it hasn't. So moving forward, Mr. Chair, one thing that did occur, and if you want to call it a change, the commissioners, after the second report card, if that's what we want to call The administrator began sending us essentially his senior leadership minutes from his staff meetings, which are helpful to some degree. Essentially, it's an overview of what occurred at the executive staff meeting. Today, I believe what we will hear the administrator say are some things to include. He recently had a roundtable with some of our community leaders. It was a singular meeting with some of our builders and planners on the public side. It was a workshop, which I think was productive. You're probably going to hear about the huddle meetings that occur, and a huddle meeting is certain specific executive staff members on Monday afternoons that I believe is helpful, that I believe will keep and hopefully has begun to keep our administrator on track with certain ideas. I think that's a sounding board that some of us will consistently talk about, whether it be communications or gaps in certain processes. It seems like in some sequence we get hung up or bottlenecked in certain areas, which creates a bit of frustration. You also hear some conversation about meeting with the city of Sebastian, not only the septic to sewer, which I understand was productive by the administrator's admission, as well as meetings that a singular meeting that he's had with the other city managers of this county, which I think is healthy as well. Conversely, some meetings that I think are somewhat important, not to mention the series of meetings that we had on Oslo and I-95. There's a total of 6 meetings. I believe our administrator made one of those 6 meetings that was actually held here. Other meetings that have been publicly noticed that I think are of importance, I have not seen the administrator at those meetings. I think by attending those, that would certainly help his mission and perhaps his understanding and maybe even some frustration that we as commissioners feel. With respect to our urban service boundary exercises, yes, that has consumed his time. Has he attended a majority of those meetings? That answer would be no. Friends, I'm asking that what do we expect out of our county administrator? We see signs and symptoms throughout our county and our country of leaders that stand out. Right here in our own backyard, we have a school board superintendent of the year. This is a great county, and we can become even better. Sometimes we confuse our frustration with our passion. And I can see that from this body. Sometimes we confuse frustration with passion. Our job and the county administrator's staff's job is to support him to get to this mission. We do that at a different angle than his support staff. Oftentimes, his support staff will mention that they have mentioned things to him and they haven't heard back. I have personally experienced delays in email responses and phone calls returned from the administrator. It does seem to get better in certain times, particularly instances where we have meetings like this that come up. A month ago, I asked for a particular project, and just for our community to know, we get concerns from the citizens come in. Personally, I would forward those to the administrator, or recently to department heads to expedite the situation. And I don't know how the other commissioners handle issues and concerns. One that stuck out most recently was a month ago when I inquired about a particular neighborhood that needed some concern. And then just this week, almost a month later, I'm copied from an assistant department head, and part of the body, we're talking about a drainage issue. And this person is a subordinate of the administrator. This person says, quote, "I've said on many occasions that we are not proactive by any means. We are reactive to the service requests that we receive to keep up with our daily services." As a leader and as an administrator, there wouldn't have been an email response to that. There would have been more of a discussion. If that is the temperature that is persuasive, then we have genuine concerns. So in summary, Mr. Chair, I think that this journey of 2 years, the administrator's been here 2 years now as of last week, the expectations that we have as a board needs to be considered. Are we looking for a charismatic person in our administrator that the community knows and recognizes and says, that's our county administrator? Perhaps we do. Is that what this agency needs to get over the hurdle? Albeit, there has been a lot of progress. There's been progress in policy change, adaptation. We've gone through 2 restructuring of our command staff, so to speak. Are there things in place that take time? Is it me that expects more out of a leader personally? Could be, don't know. Is 2 years a barometer for any elected body? Is 2 years, is that the patient's wear line? At what point do we decide to take the agency in another direction? That is the question that I have today for the board. And I will yield my time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does the county administrator want to address any of that or comment?
So in preparation, I went back and I looked at what we've been doing over the last quarter. And yes, I understand that probably going through the month of December, we still were doing some, supporting hurricane recovery. I know the DRC closed on January 7th. We were successful in meeting the deadline that we announced to the public in debris collection. And then in large measure due to our staff, and as you mentioned, working with FDEM, St. John's, a host of agencies were able to get County Road 512 open. During that same time frame, after that, as the new year rolled around, staff has been successful in reviewing and approving and presenting, and the board approving the capital improvement plan, the element, holding the economic development strategic action plan kickoff to include additional stakeholder meetings that were held. You noted that the first ever meet and greet development with the development community was held. It was well attended, well received. And staff continues to monitor our permitting review times and customer service. And matter of fact, in December, we actually provided an overview, if you will, of actual, permitting data in terms of looking at aging reports and looking at the timeliness and review, and demonstrated a reduction in the amount of time for a review. I'll discuss some of that in a minute there, but we had that vacancy in an ombudsman. That vacancy has been filled recently, and that will allow us to resume evaluating and implementing recommended improvements. And also, our ombudsman is going to be taking the lead for our integrated development review and permitting software system, because we don't have one, we have multiple systems. In addition to the CIP, the administration is working with OMB, developed operating budgets for all of the targets for all of our divisions and departments. We've reviewed, I think we received it's about 89 different requests for staff, or either new staff or reclassification. State agency budgets, have been coming in. And then I think in the upcoming quarter, that's going to dominate the majority of the activity, in addition to some other things I'll share. What I will say is public engagement does continue to be a cornerstone, and I know the county's been lauded for its efforts of, regardless of what, from whether it's utilities rate workshop, whether it's the USB, whether it's the EAR, whatever the project is, we have stepped up our game in public engagement workshops. Parks and Recreation Master Plan is another example. We even just had septic to sewer meetings. So there was the Oslo corridor study meetings following the USB that were held in May. Yes, I did attend the one here in person, and I attended one on virtually. In terms of other commitments into the community, in December, attending the Sebastian River Area Chamber of Commerce, as a guest, the town hall meeting from FDEM and FDEP in mid-December, guest speaker at the Indian River Estates, presenting on the county, participating and help fundraise for the community in the Kids Tag Art event, attending the park presentation regarding VLE at the Vera Lake Estates community meeting. Obviously, we all attended the Golden Impact Awards, arranging and attending for the Gifford community meeting, as well as having a subsequent, Gifford leadership team meeting, and then the Children's Services Week. A couple of the things that I think that are important as it relates to public participation, some projects out there. We mentioned septic to sewer workshops, but we've also had workshops on the vulnerability assessment. We didn't so much on Humiston Boardwalk or the septic to sewer project with Sebastian, but we did, there was a very robust public engagement component as it related to the environmental land acquisition program, and the board approved the first round of the property nominations for negotiation and acquisition. Recently, the board approved the RFP for the Sand Ridge Golf Club clubhouse and event venue. The board's also, and which staff is working collectively, for the purposes of coming up with the financing for that project. The board recently approved the Hobart ball field improvements. And there's other notable initiatives outside of, just various water and wastewater initiatives. We have got the 2 septic to sewer projects that we received grants on, and we just received notice not too long ago about a $6 million grant for North Sebastian septic to sewer project, which would be in addition to the Hobart Landing and the Wabasso. And a couple of things that, that I'd highlight that we've kind of been busy during, there was a lot of time spent with, as the board knows, I've kind of copied you on all the emails on, facilitating and being the interface between the Brightline and FP&L and their contractor, trying to facilitate and get those 41st, 45th, and 49th Streets at Old Dixie Highway intersections operational. It took several months. We did present previously the pavement condition index map and the schedule. I do have an updated schedule that I'll provide to you with this written report, as well as the additional code enforcement activity report for the upcoming month. We did initiate in January a long-range agenda for the purposes of managing commission agenda items and in an effort to keep the board of what's on the horizon. I've mentioned already we revised the capital improvement plan and it's been adopted. In terms of staffing, we have focused on staffing and continue to focus on staffing. We were successful. We hired a professional development manager for human resources, a chief plans examiner, that was an internal position, promotion, infrastructure project manager, our capital projects manager, new position, facilities manager, chief building inspector, new position. Our new plant supervisor for the water plant starts on May 2nd. We have really put an effort on focusing on our positions and filling out our staff. As of November 20th, there were 72 vacancies when I reported in advance of the December meeting. At the beginning of November, if you go back, I think there's about 140. As of March 26, we have 48 vacancies. We've really put an effort on putting and talking to the directors and talking to the staff and making sure that we're emphasizing on getting those positions filled. From December 2024 to March 25th, the county has hired 85 employees, 53 full-time, 7 part-time, and 16 temps. We've had 32 employees promoted, and there were 45 employees that were terminated, which is the same number that was terminated during the last period. Since December 2024, we have had 28 employees voluntarily resign, 14 of them less than 2 years, 7 of them, of those 7 were less than a year. We had 7 employees retire. We've had 4 dismissed at the end of probation, and 11 are employees that came out of fire. That was the most, and the second most was Public Works with 8. And the most tenured employee that resigned worked for the county for 23 years as a staff assistant 3 in county engineering. So we've been monitoring our staffing in terms of employee turnover rate year to date. You know, if you were to extrapolate or do the annual projection based on the first 6 months of data, we're looking at about 7.8% employee turnover rate, which would be less than last year's 8.7%, and the year before 8.5%. I'll provide you a table with all five fiscal years, and then this year. We do have some key positions that we're still recruiting. If you look at the webpage, you'll see that all the positions are being recruited for the most part. I mean, we are working with departments in terms of employee engagement and development. We all participate in the annual holiday luncheon. We did have the annual service awards ceremony celebrating employees of 35, 30, 25, 20, 15 years. We held the second annual Employee Appreciation Day. We've had 4 employees graduate from the National Association of Counties and the Professional Development Academy High Performance Leadership Program. To date, the county has 15 employees that have completed the program. Last year, we held with the county administrator and the department director one-on-one, initial start, stop, continue meetings, and as soon as we get through the budget, as in terms of between the department budget meetings and before the budget workshops, we'll have another round of those. I'll provide you all with a capital projects list of all the capital projects and update. I think some of the positions I mentioned, because this last 6 months literally has been getting positions filled. I mean, in terms of key positions. I mean, Audie just, completed his probation. We've had Anthony Warren come on, Building Facility Services. And I think you've seen an increase in service as it relates to, of those projects in those areas. We actually have a capital project list that they're tracking, as much as we're tracking the building permitting. I can provide you summaries. It's in the chart, table of how many permits were issued or received, permit applications, how many were issued, how many are outstanding, or how many are open by days. And like, for instance, for March, there is 1,529 permits, 1,512 permits were issued, and there was 280 open, and 217 of them were within 1 to 30 days. So we've been tracking the timeliness of our permits. One of the other things that I would say that we've done, and it's, we also have some KPIs that I'll provide you the snapshot of performance by department, as well as overall time frames. In terms of customer service, on December 2nd, we did implement and launch the Customer Service Satisfaction Survey. I've provided the board's updates as those surveys have been done monthly. As of I think it was last week, 68.6% of our respondents are somewhat or very satisfied, which is 56.7% when providing service. Overall rating of service. With that's up. We also have 62%, strongly agree or somewhat agree that staff informs them about the process. That's up. 61.1%, that's unchanged. Agree or strongly agree, staff complete and consistent. So we are reviewing these and continue, and I'll provide you the full update in a written report. Other things I would add that, as we already mentioned, the vulnerability assessment was recently adopted by the board in March of 19. Mentioned the capital improvement plan that'll be implemented with the FY26 budget. The Parks and Recreation Master Plan you did today. May, maybe June meeting, you'll see the Stormwater Master Plan update. We have followed up and brought back the Gifford Neighborhood Plan as on 2 occasions, and then as well as this most recent on the 32nd Avenue twice. And you will see in the next meeting an update on the Integrated Utilities Master Plan, which is in addition to the update from the Water Infrastructure Plan Act today. You placed the deadline in May for the Oslo corridor study. Staff, planning development, myself, we met with yourself about the planned approach, and then we carried it out, and they had the meetings, and we will be bringing that back to you. In the future, you'll see the impact fee study. That was, that's tentative is for June of 2025. The Economic Development Strategy Action Plan. We're going to have some town hall meetings, May 12th to the 14th, on top of the stakeholder meetings and on top of the kickoff meetings that were held with the committee. The strategic plan, the goal is to try to get that done by complete the objectives. We have the core from the goals all the way back, and we actually have the body of the document. So bringing that to you in September or sooner. The development review and permitting, integrated permitting system. Now that we have the ombudsman, prior to Amber leaving, we did work, and she worked with all of our departments that have a say-so in that process, because we have a very fragmented system. If you recall, the county spent 5 years trying to develop MGO. It was supposed to go live, I think the month I started, and it ended up going live, I think 3 months later, and it's not proven to be what the county needs. It works for one division, department, but it doesn't work for the whole system in terms of anybody that has the development review. There's a single point of failure right there. It's like it's good for one, but it doesn't work for others. And so a timeline's being developed as we speak. They've been working on it. And once we have that, we anticipate a kickoff in May of June 2025 with a committee that's going to drive that project to get us to where we need to be in terms of updating, because we have CD Plus in planning development services, and then we have MGO in building and permitting, but Public Works doesn't really have their own system or utilities, and some of the delays you'll see as those reports I have provided you in the past, it'll show you environmental health or utilities or whoever is waiting for that response. It was mentioned earlier by the county attorney, but we have staff has completed the review after I think a couple months of painstakingly going through the procurement policy. It wasn't a simple policy. We completed the review for that, the travel policy with updates from the clerk of courts in terms of their suggestions, and a new food policy. All of those are done. Now we've got to continue working with our attorney's office to bring that to the board. But first, we obviously want to meet with y'all one-on-one, get your feedback, make any changes that may be necessary, and bring it back as an ordinance to make those changes. We do believe May, June, would be the time frame that you'll be seeing that come forward. We have a draft employee handbook that the departments have reviewed, and that we're going to be reviewing, collectively as a team, to where we extract the HR policies out of this archaic and antiquated administrative policy manual that has documents or policies that go back to the 80s or the late 80s. We also have an employee onboarding and orientation forthcoming, of which we're going to be meeting with each of the commissioners one-on-one. We have that presentation, as well as the draft materials ready to meet with each of you. And then, I think with that, the other thing I would just, for the future, to your point, Commissioner, that I mentioned already, is stop, continue meetings with our department heads. More time walking around with our, and getting out there with our employees in the field as well as in our workspaces. I do think that one of the biggest things is going to be is continued recruitment. Public Works, currently has, utility says 18 vacancies, Public Works says 15 vacancies. Some of those are half of what existed months ago. So there's been a very judicious and aggressive effort, but there's still some positions that are difficult to hire, and they're working. I mean, Audie's been trying to hire an assistant public works director for a year. So as you saw the email recently, they came up with an alternate staffing, plan in terms of in the interim, so he can get the support that he needs. I do think that the big focus is really going to be the upcoming quarter will be the budget. The obstacles will be staffing of public works in particular, continuing to hire those individuals. I think there's going to be a balancing of needs versus resources. I know you and I speak on a frequent basis about the various indicators out there. I'm very tuned to watching those indicators, whether it be the CPI, the GDP, consumer spending, unemployment, looking at our optional sales tax revenues, all our revenue sources. Ones in particular, like this new proposed committee bill, everybody received an email on, what's the impact of tourist development taxes, the sales surtax, decrease. So I think that is going to be that upcoming budget environment, largely due to external factors, being the national economy. Obviously there's a pause a little bit on the tariffs, but not for all, not for China. So I think there's still some issues out there. We see the volatility in the market. The local real estate market, if you recall, it was about a month and a half ago that our Indian River County had the 5th steepest decline in real estate values in the nation, 3.2%. So I think that we're also looking at the trends on impact fees and building permit fees and the workloads. And then just in terms of the development market, and then those issues as Jennifer mentioned, the legislative issues. I mean, specifically related to the various property tax assessments and sales, all those items are going to be very dominant in the upcoming quarter as we have to implement those and develop a budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to the strategic plan, you mentioned perhaps finished in September. That strategic plan, just by virtue of its name, could be outdated in September with the economic climate changing. So that strategic plan has taken an awful long time for whatever reason. With respect to a 60%, I guess, approval rate for customer service, would you agree that 60% is not where the agency should be?
No, it's not where the agency should be, but you have to start somewhere, and then you have to work to make improvements. In many of the instances, people that want to provide specific comments do so. And now with Ashley on board, we'll go back to we're following up with those individuals. So yes, no, I agree that 60%, 61% is not the where we want to be. I don't think. Just want to verify that. I mean, the overall satisfaction was 68.6%. Still not, obviously room for improvement, but I can tell you each successive month there has been, with the exception of a couple areas, incremental change to the positive. So, I mean, as we identify items and then the department directors and those appropriate, I mean, Nancy runs these now at this point in time. Ashley will be taking them over and disseminating them to the departments, and so we can work on them. We actually look at the permit data. We look, and we now have expanded the report to identify where a permit might be hung up, so we can identify, triage that and figure out. And sometimes it's hung up because we're waiting on. We've done our review. We've provided it, but we're waiting on the actual response.
Gotcha. After 2 years, Do you think you would be further along or right about where you're at with the progress of the agency?
I mean, I think staffing-wise and organizationally, I think we're moving in the right direction. Would I like to see us be farther in terms of the organizational change? I mean, I think we know that, you know, in any effort like that, trying to change, you know, adopt a mission and trying to drive that mission and customer service excellence, you have a good portion of, arguably maybe half that are waiting and seeing what's happening. You have early adopters that move in, maybe about a third. Then you have two. You know, I've come to find that we have some idealists, and then we also have resistors. And so you have to work with them through the system. I mean, one of the things that helped us, if you recall, back in June, prior to June of last year, the county had conferred property rights and 14th Amendment due process protections to all the employees. And we designated all the employees that manage people or programs at will. So that was the beginning of making those changes to build an environment to where we can hold, you know, we can be accountable and transparent to you and to our customers.
Do you wish that at-will policy would have been probably your first year? That way you may have been able to have a little more, I don't want to say credence or a little more perceived authority.
Yeah, I personally think, I mean, that was a big swing and it was a big challenge, and it was very emotional for some people, for the 10% plus. And if you recall, I think each of you received feedback and comments. Many people concerned that by changing that policy, there was a hit list, if you will. So I think it needed to be done at the appropriate manner, maybe a little sooner, but I think it was done in time, you know, as we moved into, you know, preceding the budget process, the budget adoption or a budget workshop, and then going into the fiscal year. Well, ideally, yes, right off the gate, but the ability for the organization to absorb that change, I think would have been a real shock to the system.
Right. I think when you interviewed, there was discussion about 12 months, 18 months, perhaps, you know, on the outside 2 years to change the organization. You've heard of that term, organizational terrorist, and I think you call them realist or idealist. And obviously you knew before you got here that they existed. They exist in every organization. Is that right?
They do, and I will say it's a minimum of 18 months to 2 months to change the organization of a culture, the culture of an organization.
Right.
Especially when you were very set in your way, and it's like, well, that's the way we've always done it, and everything. I mean, I'll just take the first budget process. It was difficult getting some people to articulate what their needs were because they were used to the way it was being done. Don't ask for anything. And so, I mean, that first budget process was certainly a challenge.
Right, and primarily because they were led before for decades by budget directors. So at the 2-year mark, your forecast of getting that 60% up to 80%, decreasing permit times, decreasing things that seem to bottleneck that I presume all 5 of us come to your office with some of these things. So looking forward, do you expect all of those timelines to decrease, performance increase? And finally, it's easier to lead an agency when we're not in a financial crisis, isn't it?
It is, but I mean, you still have to make difficult decisions. I mean, you can't be foolhardy even though you have, you know, an appropriate level of reserves. I mean, you could be challenged. It could be difficult if you just start spending money willy-nilly, if you will. But what I would say is, you know, I mean, we have already seen from when we started tracking, you know, when we implemented this, and it took some time. It wasn't overnight. Myself, Amber, Nancy, we worked on this. You know, we had to work with MGO. We had to do a roundabout on MGO, extracting data and coming up with the ability to ascertain the total number of permits and the timeline reviews and then identifying where the hang-ups were. This was not an easy process by any stretch of the means. I don't know how many iterations we went through before we got it correct to where we felt comfortable to presenting it to you that like, so if you said, all right, well, give me the backup document, I could say, here you go. I mean, I wouldn't just give it to you without feeling that it was accurate. So, I mean, we have had issues with MGO. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I've had individual meetings with MGO about their ability to produce KPIs, and what we have is what they can do. And we have a little bit more assurance of it, but what we need is not what they're providing.
Is MGO the only single point of failure in the agency?
No, I think there were some. I mean, I could pick out a couple. I mean, you know, where we have, and then you had one person doing 2, maybe 3 jobs. That's a problem. Or we had like, you know, cybersecurity is a big issue. Last year we addressed that. We hired an additional cybersecurity technician. We had 1 person. So I mean, we're trying to root those out, and one of the things that as I looked at the 89 requests this year, just in this last couple weeks, month, was, you know, how was this going to address? Because they had to provide us their organizational chart and a memo justifying and looking at that in comparison to what their needs were. And so, yeah, trying to find them is critical. I mean, and we still continue to look for them because they exist. I mean, today you adopted an acceptable use policy. You know, that just that simple USB drive going in could be a point of failure. You know, and I guess the other thing I really feel like I probably should note, because I know it was an issue that was raised and, you know, recently as well as previously, is, you know, and it goes to the topic of consultants, and I'll provide you the similar list I did last time with the updated numbers that relate to the county administrator initiated. And so, I mean, in the end, $650,000 has been expended in my 2 years when services were initiated by the county administrator. But of that, six were approved by the board, totaling $448,000, and 4 of which were by request for proposal. So of the $34.79 million in consulting costs, less than 2% were initiated by the county administration, and 4 or 0.006% are consulting services were approved by me and that were within my spending authority, not presented to the board beforehand, but ultimately were presented to the board. So, I mean, and I'll provide you all that information, and I mentioned as earlier.
So how much tolerance should the board have for things that come up, for example, the recent confusion with the medical examiner's office? Maybe last year some confusion with some of the utility rates that came before the board and then came back before the board. How much tolerance do you feel a board should have?
Well, I certainly, you know, my philosophy is, you know, I mean, I work hard and I try to get it right. I don't think anybody's perfect. Just like I talk to our employees, if we fail, we try to fail forward and try to minimize those mistakes. The medical examiner, I understand there's a communication issue there and a letter that was, you know, not received, but the information was conveyed. It just initially was conveyed as a budget amendment, I understand, and that was not preferred. It was uncharted territory for the county. And so then we came back with subsequent information based on comments made at that initial. So, and I've taken full responsibility for the miscommunication and the presentation of the medical examiner. The utility rates, I mean, I give the staff credit, the fact that they identified it and they didn't just sit on it, because, you know, you don't want that. So it was right to bring it back because, I mean, one was an error, a calculation error on our part, and one was a calculation error on the consultant's part. You know, it's a very intricate model in detail. If we were to bring it in and show it to you, I mean, there's so many moving parts and complexities complexities and so many inputs and numbers. I mean, I think when I first got here, I mean, Kessler presented, on the SWID, if you recall, in SWID, and they got the number wrong. And we had to go back and redo that. I mean, unfortunately, it happens, and the goal is that it happens less. I mean, nobody, and I don't want to sit in mediocrity. The goal is to service excellence.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd love to hear the other commissioners' feedback.
Any comments? Is that
Well, I have, should I speak, or did you want to speak?
Go ahead.
Okay. However you want to do it. I think it's good to do the quarterly updates. I'm very concerned, though, about the way in which this is happening. And I'd like to preface my remarks by reminding everyone of Florida's Sunshine Law, which is public bodies must meet in public and cannot engage in private discussions regarding public business. This includes discussions about how they would vote on specific matters. It's generally not permissible to publicly declare how one would vote in advance of a formal meeting, as this would be considered a private discussion in violation of the Sunshine Law. Sunshine also prohibits board members from using third-party liaisons, such as the media, as conduits to glean information about their colleagues' positions or plans. In the article that was written, and this is in the April 17th, 2025 edition of Vero Beach 32963, My Vero by Ray McNulty, I'm going to quote a number of my concerns about this. I think, we're flirting with a sunshine violation here, and these are exact quotes. He, and this is referring to Commissioner Ehrman, he does not expect anyone on the dais, including Laura or Flesher, to call for a confidence or no confidence vote. This is about Commissioner Adams. She knows she's likely to be the swing vote onto Kanish's fate, and she welcomes the opportunity to discuss the matter. Third quote, unless Adams or Ehrman hear something disturbing, Flesher and Laura don't have the votes to remove Kanich if that's their desire. Fourth quote, we'll have the conversation and get it on the record, Laura added, but I don't think we can wait a year. For what? For a vote? And frankly, I was shocked to be contacted way in advance of this meeting. I didn't know what the agenda was when Mr. McNulty called me to ask me my opinion, and I was very careful not to say how I would vote, as were some of you. But what I was told was that Commissioner Flesher had called him, contacted him about the agenda.
That's incorrect.
All right, well, that's what I was told. And that,
It's correct.
I'm just saying, I have the floor, if you don't mind. I have the floor. And so, of course, that makes one wonder, well, this is Commissioner Lohr's matter, so why would someone other than Commissioner Lohr be contacting the press? And should any of us be contacting the press about matters that will be on the agenda in advance of the others not knowing? I think it's entirely inappropriate. As I said, I'm totally supportive of doing this on a regular quarterly basis. I really, I don't care who it came from. I don't want to see this in the press again. I don't want this ever to happen. You're flirting with a sunshine violation. They went to jail in Sebastian.
No. Be
I'm not
careful
saying
what
you-
you say.
Just be
Careful what you
Be
say.
careful what you say. I have the floor, sir.
Be careful what you
I
say.
have the floor, sir. I don't want to see this in the media again. He's not psychic, so someone called him. You can speak with him.
Thank you for the
Straighten that out.
allegation.
You can straighten that out. But at any rate, I'm fine with this discussion on a quarterly basis why don't we just make it a routine update? And that either, if Commissioner Laura wants to put it on the agenda, that's fine. If the county administrator wants to put it on the agenda, however you want to handle it, let's just make it routine so that it doesn't become high drama and something that's in the media, however it got there. And yeah, okay, we don't know how it got there. So, thank you.
Appreciate this sarcastic ending. Counselor, before we go any further with the conversation, is, again, and I'll put on record, I got called by Ray McNulty. I got called by a member of the press. Is there anything that you're aware of on the Sunshine agenda, the statute, that indicates that you can't talk to the media?
No, I do think it's good to be mindful of public perception, and I understand that, we're all striving to ensure that the Sunshine Law is being abided by. People don't always, people make, they will make things what they want it to be, even if they're not. So, I mean, I do think it's good to be mindful of how the press, you can't control the message that they send, but obviously I'm glad that the board is having this full discussion, because this is where it needs to happen, and I don't think merely answering a reporter's question violates the Sunshine. If that's your question, that's my answer.
I just want it on the record, because I understand that all of us were called. So apparently, there could be an avenue of the inquiring mind or the investigative reporter that might be compelled to call each and every one of us. Is that fair?
It is. I understand that. I mean, Sunshine violations are when you all are having a discussion outside the Sunshine about public business, and I do think it's good caution to consider how that could play out in a reporter's article and how it could be perceived. So
I don't think the media should know our agenda before we do, number one. And number two, what I said was Sunshine as related to saying how you're going to vote when you are not in the context of voting. So it was not a general statement about talking to the media. It had to do with voting, and all 4 quotes that I read had to do with voting. Let's stick to that, please.
May I ask where you read that, how somebody was going to vote?
All of those quotes had to do with voting, you wanted to know. And we should not, why are we even being called about an agenda that we don't even have yet?
That's something you'd have to ask the reporter. You spoke to the reporter. Did you not?
I was called, yes.
Okay. Were you called by the reporter?
Yes.
I was called by the reporter. Were you called by the reporter?
No, it's gone.
John?
Yes. And I think it's noticed that we're going to have quarterly reports after the September meeting. I think it was established as well. I don't think it was a surprise that it was coming on the agenda.
I think this is a conspiracy theory allegation, Commissioner Moss, and I don't think that it's appropriate and fair. It's actually a distraction of why we're here today, and it's not very appropriate. And you may say what you wish about what you wish to read in the paper, but we have no control over what's in the paper. And if we have a chance to speak, and if we're asked, I, for one, have been open-minded, candid, and I think the county administrator will verify that. Do I speak my mind, sir? Well, thank you. I hope we put that one to rest because it was A, distracting, B, inappropriate, inaccurate, and again, just another conspiracy to throw up on the wall.
Well, I just hope it doesn't happen again. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
You can hope as you wish. There, for reporter calls, I speak with them. Okay, right now, we're being videotaped other than what is being televised.
I'm sorry if you don't understand.
And if that's uncomfortable, then you're in the wrong business. Okay? Because what we do is a public service. Who we serve is the public. And if the media asks a question, I think it's very inappropriate not to answer them or not to say, I'm not at liberty to say, or I can't really talk about that right now.
I think that you both have spoken your piece on this, and we all understand where everybody is. I think
wanna get back to
Commissioner
the
Ehrman,
topic.
I would love to get back to this, if
But
possible.
that needed to be addressed because it's a
Duly noted.
very serious statement. However, it was feckless. Thank you. You like to say anything?
I thought Commissioner Ehrman had something to say.
No, I don't. No, go right ahead. I don't have anything to say right now. No, go ahead, Commissioner Adams.
Yeah, we were talking about an evaluation of some sorts.
Well, if you want me to, I will. I will, okay. Yes, I was called by Mr. McNulty a week ago, and I didn't know it was going to be on the agenda. Actually, I knew that Commissioner Laura was maybe going to ask about quarter reports. It was that time, but I didn't know that. I thought that's all it was supposed to be, was just quarterly reports that he's done. You know, what's happened, where we done, where we're going. I didn't know it was kind of being an inquiry on his job performance per se, other than what I was told by the reporter. And that's how some of the questions that I answered according to the article, because he asked me those specific questions about performance of our county administrator. And I've always been upfront and clear. It was no secret, I'm sure, to the county administrator what I said, because I've told the county administrator that. So leaving that alone, I thought this was, he ended up giving a quarterly report in his defense. Me personally, I think more of this should be taken care of behind I'm glad we are having this discussion, but I think it should be taken one-on-one with the county administrator. I'm hoping that you've done that, because I do that with him. I do that is what we've done. I don't know if this is healthy or not. To be honest with you, I'm kind of in a position where there were some things that I have told the county administrator, and I said in the article, I would like to move faster on some projects. Don't think about some stuff too much, and move ahead. I will go back up and say I was chairman when we hired him. We knew right then and there, I knew then and there, after being a commissioner for already 2 years, that we were way behind in our organization as to where we needed to be, culture-wise, management-wise. Basically, we had, when I got hired, and Jason, who I think the world of, it was him and one other person running the county. And that was about it. And that was not acceptable. And we saw the need. Jason finally decided to get out because of some pressure, and we hired John. Mike did a great job in the interim, and John, we hired John. And I can't say I would want his job. I can't say I would want where he started, what he had, what he was handed with. It wasn't a great thing. And I can tell you for years, even working at the county wasn't employee friendly, at least from the side of the agency that I worked with. We didn't get a whole lot. We didn't get some of the perks that they get nowadays. We never saw our county administrator, so on and so on. Man, the list could go on and on. So I know what he was handed. He was handed a place that was
financially sound, but customer service and culture-wise was in a bad way. I think he's worked hard to try that. I think we made that clear when we hired him, that we want the culture changed and where we're going. As for certain issues, I think if we're not showing progress, then we need to bring those issues to his attention. We need to tell him what we see, what we hear, because this county is run from this dais. It's not run from the employees up. We are the ones that get the message. We are the ones that set the policy. We are the ones that do things. We have to be clear and concise on what we want and what we see. Sure, they have day-to-day duties they have to do, but that's still all bestowed by the Board of County Commissioners, where it was started 100 years ago when the county commission was formed. So we have to make it clear as to what we want, what our expectations are, and where we're going. Yeah, we're 2 years into this, but there's been a lot happen in the 2 years this John been here in his personal life and with the county and everything that we've got going in. And I can't say it was an easy job. I've seen him struggle. I've struggled with it sometimes as to what we're doing and where we're going and what our employers are doing. I agree, Commissioner Earl, we should be proactive and not reactive. I agree 100% with that. That's where we should be. We should be thinking outside of the box, moving ahead and pushing forward as to how we're going to serve this community. So I don't know if I like where this is going today. I would have rather heard a quarterly update and maybe asked that I think more of this should be done one-on-one with the county administrator. If we see that he is failing terribly, I think it's up for us as a commissioner to bring it to the dais to say, well, I talked with the county administrator and he didn't do what I asked, and I want y'all's opinion on this. Or is he spending money? Or is he spending money recklessly? Or what do we got going on? As for the employees are number one in my heart, in my mind. But you know what? I worked for a fire department here run by the county for 35 and a half years. And I can tell you, we had a lot of turnover. And that time with some senior people come and go. Most people stayed. The majority of us were hometown boys. That's not the case anymore. It's the same way with some of the managers and stuff here. These are people that are still young in their life. They're not old like we are. They're people that are maybe in their 30s and 40s and doing real well, and a better opportunity comes along, or maybe they're not satisfied. Government, as we know, is not an easy place to work in, and sometimes you can't make everybody happy because you're stuck with rules and regulations and all that stuff. So I think I'll stand by what I said in the paper. I think John's doing a good job. I wouldn't give him an A+. I'd give him in the B range, the B- range right now, only because of what he and I have talked to about numerous times. Let's move ahead. For instance, many times have you heard me say, sir, if the MGO is not working, let's get rid of it. Let's go to somewhere else. Let's quit trying to fix it, trying to patch and fix it. Let's move ahead. Issues like that. So that's really where I'm at, and I'm going to shut up now because I could go on, but I don't think we're broken, commissioners. I think we're on a road to a path. I think we just need to fine-tune the engine and get it purring a little bit better. But I think our engine is solid. I think we just need to move forward and present our expectations. So I'm done.
Mr. Chair, since he mentioned me, I disagree with you. I think it is healthy and important to bring this in front of the public. Otherwise, they don't know what's going on behind the door. This is the only opportunity we have to share how we feel about somebody's performance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I see your eyes. You're mixed up. Wish to say.
So I was raised that you keep your dirty laundry in the backyard, but it seems like we continue to want to put it out in the front yard. And that is fine. If that's what y'all want to do, let's do it. But I do find this process distasteful and unprofessional. I think this always devolves into what we just saw, and it makes us look bad, personally. It is embarrassing to me every time we have this conversation. If we want to have an update from the attorney and the administrator on what they've been doing, it should be under their matters as their item to provide an update, and then we can ask questions. I feel like this, the way we're going about it, it sets up this black cloud for a whole month, pretty much, about, ooh, what's gonna happen? I guarantee you, every employee that works for the county is listening to this or watching this and not doing any work, because they are not going to make the changes that we want to see made if they feel that their leadership is not on solid ground. Period. You're not going to have the change that you want if people feel like they can undermine the change that you're asking to occur. And I feel like the way that we're going about that is allowing that to continue to happen. I think there's been a lot of good progress made. Personally, I don't get the phone calls anymore about the development review process or the permit review process like I used to. I think the Building and Facilities Management Department is doing a great job taking that on and trying to work through some of those things. Even in planning and development services, I don't get the concerns that I used to get. What I get now is, how can I be involved in this study? How can I give my input on that study? And for the residents to feel like their voice matters, I think is a huge, huge turn of events for Indian River County. Now, we've talked about 3 different administrators today. We talked about Joe Baird, and I would say that the residents, community leaders, and employees all complained because he was mean, and the commissioners. Then we had Jason Brown, and I just want to preface, I loved all these administrators, so this is not a swipe at any of them. Then we had Jason Brown, who the community leaders, staff, commissioners, and residents all wished would spend a little bit more money than he did. And now we have John. And there's people that like him and don't like him. I have spent a lot of time recently listening and asking questions of our constitutional officers, of our employees, of my community association groups, Bureau Lake Estates, Roseland Community Association. The feeling that I get is, again, you have people that want to see things change, and they want stability, and they like what John is doing and where he's going. Road and Bridge is ecstatic that they have new equipment, that their people are that they are filling positions. I would venture to guess that one of the reasons why somebody said that we are reactive and not proactive is because we've never given them the ability and the resources to be able to get ahead of the curve and then be proactive. And we're doing that. I mean, quite frankly, I guess at our next meeting, we'll get to see some of the equipment that is going over to Road and Bridge. And I know you guys laugh at me, but I get excited when we buy pieces of equipment because it means we can do more service delivery more efficiently, and that's what we should be doing. And that's the tools that we're giving Road and Bridge as an example, and that comes under John's leadership. It would not have happened before. Is there issues with communication? Yes. There's issues with communication in any organization, but what doesn't help the communication is this stuff and all the commissioners being on different pages. I mean, quite frankly, I'm pretty amazed, and I think I said this last time, at how much does get done and how far we have moved forward, considering each one of us has a whole different idea of what we should be doing. I don't know how you take 5 people's different ideas and then try to work an organization forward. Are there people that are still upset? Yes, there are people that are still upset. There's going to be people that are still upset. We have people in departments that are actively working against us. We have people that used to be here that are still calling people that are currently here and working against us, and they're not even with the agency anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, until we all get on the same page, we're going to continue to do this, and quite frankly, I just think it needs to be done in a different way because Every time it comes up, there's all I mean, it's like a high school cafeteria, the gossip, you can watch it go around. Ooh, what's gonna happen? Who's gonna do this? And who's gonna do that? And who's gonna yell at who? And John's gonna get a tongue lashing. And I mean, come on. This is juvenile and childish. And personally, I'm tired of it. So that has nothing to do with whatever we're here for, I'm sure. But we need to be professional and set the example.
Thank you. Well, we've heard some lively discussion about our organization, not necessarily about you as an individual, so I don't agree that some of the theories that have just been portrayed. I don't think you heard anything today that you haven't heard. I'll speak for myself. I speak for myself. Do I speak with you on a weekly basis? Right? Am I open and candid? Do I say what's on my mind? Direct? Points of failure? Successes? And how do we close it? I want this place to be a better place. No? I explain why I get so direct at times, to ensure that this is a better place. That's what the public deserves. You know, just a couple of years ago, you said that, even more than a couple of years ago, when we were interviewing, we had talked about change, assessment, what you have to do to an environment, what do you anticipate, are you bringing people in, do you want to bring others in, and you said there's a pause, and that we will assess, see efficiency, effectiveness, and then start the process. Sometime during that process, the word blowing up the place got thrown out there. And it did have a ripple effect. I will agree with that. That term was like a shockwave. I did hear that. I will say that there was a little movement, shaking up, reorganizing. We reorganized once, we reorganized twice. I think there's rumor of a third reorganization. We've had consultants. We've had a lot of consulting. In January, I think, and I said it on the radio, I said, this has been the year of consulting, and now we are looking forward to the year of resulting, correct? You heard it, we talked about it, and in all fairness, we spent a lot of funds, the taxpayers spent a lot of funds. A few of them we directed or approved, and a few of them you did, as previously discussed. Some necessary, some we really haven't seen any outcome on, or what they are. They didn't come back the same way. Again, I think we called it the Satterley Report. That got sent back. The ombudsman had to retune it a little bit. If I know anything about consulting, you take what's on being delivered. And there was a holdback, when we were going to get it, not get it, what it was about. And it started with the strategic planning. We also had challenges with MGO. We were flying in the representative right to our very office. He was working the computers. He was working the workstation, trying to make it happen. And during that time, we said, it's failing, it's failing. Complaints were pouring in. I know one of the commissioners said, there's no complaints, but there were plenty of complaints. And we do have complaints. And I just want to say that, you know, in a position of administration, the attendees at a meeting, a get-together, the community immersion with the shakers and movers and the builders and the developers and the architects, that was get acquainted to staff, and there was a comments, and then there was input. And you shared that it was, wow, it was about 60%. It was pretty good. Some rough spots, but, you know, people seem to be overly satisfied. Well, same way as when the media calls and we talk with them, it's the same way with the public. This is not a large, overwhelmingly large community. I think we're a large, small county. We see people. What was delivered to you was not said to me personally. And it reminds me of, well, you know, don't close off the well that you're going to need, or as far as maybe submission to authority, or kind of like when you get stopped for a ticket or something. You know, okay, just let me just sign it, okay, let me get out of here. I think people said things with a positive thought. But in reality, the complaints are still here. That's my point. I gave you one right as the meeting was starting. And it was our commitment. It had nothing to do with John. It had to do with someone. I heard them being told that they were going to call somebody at a certain time, and they didn't. And my way in, I get the phone call. What happened? It was yesterday. Apparently, things like that still happen. And that was just the most recent example that I can give you. It happens every other day. There are a lot more complaints than we're sharing, but it's not about you. It's about the system, what we're doing. We have to get better. We have to take the planning and make it a purpose. We have to make this a better place. People need direction, guidance, and then they got to take action. And I think there's a lot of people here, a lot of great people in the building that want to do that. They just need the direction. You mentioned about removing the old culture. I think you did. But there's still some of it in remnants. There's resistance, resentment. And, you know, a couple of days with a food truck ain't gonna cut it. I know Commissioner Law had mentioned that their previous chair had taken you around, and, well, that was good. I thought that now that's your springboard, you'd be doing that. To be fair. Familiarity, kind of like a formal introduction, informal introduction. Hey, this is your boss. So I don't feel awkward talking about it because I don't think there's anything mean or vindictive or arrogant being said. I think it's just, we've got to tune it up. We've got to tune it up. I anticipated the changes to be more enrooted. I really did, okay? You said 2 to 3 years. It's 2 years. And so, you know what? It's not mean to expect to have the efficiency, effectiveness. I think there was some resistance with the MGO thing, I think we were prayerfully in hopes that it was going to turn around. It does work in some municipalities nearby, albeit they have this much volume, their restraints, and then maybe the model they have is a little different than the model we have. We might have got the entry-level model that had to be tweaked up. There were some changes that were being made by the representative, but it never took root. Was CD Plus the way to go? There's constraints with that. But the public had the right to be able to get in and out and to see where they stood, which is building a lot of tension and stress on the applicants. And that could be resolved real quick. And I think you agree that we need to fix that so that this way, staff is not burdened with the back and forth that you're saying has happened here. I just don't think it's appropriate. We call, we talk, we have the conversation. I agree, we don't need to be doing this in the public eye. But how do we get it done? If you have a recommendation, like when we're having a meeting or when we're getting the agenda, that is an issue. The agenda that we get has been closer and closer to the point of, I think that is a single point of failure. We get the agendas on Friday, Thursday night, late. We're working on an agenda 2 weeks prior. We cut the meetings in half, so we should be able to get the agendas earlier. On a vacation day, a holiday, we've always had them cut off the day before and then available the next day. Apparently, there's some challenges. We've openly discussed this. I think that we can make this better. Information going out. How many PIOs do we have in the building? We have quite a few. I remember, we were talking about media, I remember the media chastising us for wanting to have one PIO, okay? Goes back to about 2008. They said, why would you need a PIO? You have the staff that's able to communicate. Well, they're busy. Okay. Well, we did without it, and then we had a PIO from the attorney's office, and it worked well. And we got a PIO in the interim, right prior to your arrival, and then we have that PIO. Now there's two in that room, as I understand, and there's PIOs down here. Not the right information's going out. And I know that it could be done, because I heard Sean Liskey this morning on the radio. He sounded great. And he was giving accurate information, not misinformation, because some misinformation went out on certain things. And then it makes more work for us. We get the calls. You get the calls. And then we say, all right, yeah. Everything else has been discussed. I don't think it's a horrible day. I don't think that it's inappropriate. I think that we should be further along. I think we could be further along. And I believe that we need to fill those positions. When you said something about recruitment, putting it on the internet is not recruitment. We got to be more active than this. We've got to get some of those positions filled. I know that certain positions, you mentioned 13 vacancies, 15 vacancies. That's an awful lot to tolerate for any organization and expect the others to pick up half the freight or a quarter of the freight or a third of the freight or 3 different jobs and expect the serving public, the public that we serve, to be able to have the deliverables, the service that they pay taxes for and the timeliness. We need to ensure that people are delivered to because they pay the freight. No, sir. Was that,
What?
was that,
You know, if there was a question there?
no, I mean, do you agree with what I say about the system?
I mean, I certainly would like to have a conversation with you outside of here. I mean, especially about the agendas. I mean, I do agree, the MGO, the county was working on it for 5 years, even before I got here. I mean, listen, I mean, each of you know that I spoke to you, that I had concerns about MGO, you know, after I got here. And the plan was, after the building permitting module was up and running, they're going to do planning and code enforcement because they were going to try to do a full integrated system. And the former director, you know, and I agreed with him, you know, they said, I don't think we're ready to do this. And I'm like, I told 100% agree. So we pulled back on that. And we have been working, you know, to make it work. You know, I mean, obviously the building permitting division, they like it. It works well for them. I'm not sure it works as well for some of the customers. If you're the applicant, it does, but notwithstanding, there are better systems out there, but you know, the reality is, in this case, is you get what you pay for. And if we look up the total capital investment compared to what some other systems may cost, we got what we paid for, and it's not a good product, in my opinion.
We got to go for something better.
And so to your point, prior to Amber leaving, met with all the directors, I mean, or all the departments and division, the people that touch the products and stuff like that. We have a exhaustive needs list already, and they're working on an RFI right now for the purposes that Ashley's going to come in, you know, and she's going to pick up. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm expecting a timeline this week to move that project forward. You know, without having the ombudsman, to be honest, I didn't have anybody I could lead that project. I mean, I put it on Nancy's shoulders, but then Nancy's working to help Audie. She's working with Sean. I mean, there's only so much. So having the ombudsman back on board it will enable us to move that project forward. You know, and it is a priority project for us. Not just for you all, but it's a priority project for all of our employees that have to deal with the frustration of an inefficient, disconnected, fragmented system. And then they get the phone calls because, well, I turned this document in. I gave it to Cindy Lou. And like, well, Cindy Lou didn't upload it and send it over to, you know, somebody else. And that's the problem. So we are working. We understand what the needs are. And we are working on that. Related to that, yes.
Thank you.
Sir.
I think the gentleman wanted to speak.
Well, did you want?
Yes. This is going really long.
It's what?
Going really long, this meeting.
Well, tighten it up
Tom
'cause we got
Sullivan.
a little more to go.
4187 West 16th Square. Could you help me with this, ma'am? So it goes up on the screen. Okay. I would just like to speak in support of John. I met John when he was first hired. I don't know if you remember that, John. I came to your office. We met in the conference room, and I told you I had talked to Jason. I encouraged Jason to go get a life because I said, what you're going to be doing is hurting mice. And I think I've come to see that come to fruition. All of these guys up here, they have wonderful opinions, different backgrounds, fire department, police department, restaurant business, outside business. So we all bring, but the only thing I'm saying, Joe, is we all bring our own perceptions to what we do.
Sure.
Okay, and many times I try to bring here the people I talk to in the street. I know, Joe, we had a conversation recently where we wanted to move a project forward, and you said we have to move it forward because there's a lot of money involved. So it led me to believe you associate with some of those people. I have no problem. I mean, Bill from GHO is a friend. I associate with them too. But there's different ways of looking at the world. What I see John doing is coming here and fulfilling these obligations. I mean, years ago, when I first came here, and it was 10 years ago, I still remember Joe speaking one time saying, I can't believe the budget's this big, we handle everything. You've grown into your position. But I remember that statement. This is a big job. It requires a lot of things to do. That job is incredible. I mean, I can't believe the amount of work. He's very organized. He's brought us to a level where we now have organization, where we now have goals and objectives, where people now understand where they stand in the department. You know, and I worked at universities, okay? I worked with Board of Regents. I worked with all these people, okay? When you come to an administrator, okay, and I agree with what you said, we should be giving guidance. I thought you guys would come in and say, Joe, I always love, you want the most beneficial and beautiful things for the community. You want this to be the way you grew up in it. You want to leave that for future generations. Other people, they want to build it up, okay? They want to see that there's no more grass. They don't understand when you put all these roofs around, you create heat, all right? But that's different opinions. Somewhere that comes out, and all I do is I stand there and I watch, and you know, I'm just a little part of it. Just like we all realize eventually we're all a little part of it. But what I must say is someone has to oil the wheels. And when I see a guy like this, I guess I've spoke with you on 4 occasions. One time I called you called me right back. Another time I dropped in his office. He was going to a meeting. He chatted with me for 15 minutes. You know, I was just very impressed with where we are now and where we were 2 years ago. And I understand, Darryl, you and I are going to disagree, okay? But I understand that, okay? But what I understand, from my perception, I think this community, this building is running a lot better as a result of this gentleman. I just wanted to say that piece. But I came back and I was starting to wonder, like, is he in charge of moving the trees from Riverside Park after we have the first tornado that we've ever had in Vero Beach? And like all of a sudden they came back and they said, well, it's not being done. Well, he's got to do something. I go back to, do you remember when we gave out the contract to have $22 million worth of sand put on the beach? I don't know who was on the board then, okay? But what happened was that guy went bankrupt, okay? And there was a $32 million and a 28 in between. And when we came back, we wound up at 34. So like, let he who has not erred throw the first stone. Okay, we all make mistakes. I don't know if there were mistakes made or not made. I'm just saying I don't expect him to be dealing with tasks. I expect him to be dealing with organizational enhancement. I expect him to be looking at goals and objectives. I expect him to be telling me that in 10 years, when I flush the toilet, it works. That when I drink my water, it's good. That's what I expect of him. You know, and I just wanted to get up and say that because everybody else was saying other things. All right, thank you. And I will say this, as a basketball coach, okay, and I coach throughout the country, when you make a quote to the paper, it is the sports writer that controls the narrative. The quote never controls the narrative. It's the sports writer. So when you make a quote, and always just be conscious of this, that's all I say. I learned this when I was a young man, okay? If you say something and you get quoted, that quote can be totally controlled in his narrative. Okay, thank you. Sorry for taking so long.
I think we picked up from that from Bill Parcell, who said you are what your record says you are, not what you say your record is.
Right.
Okay, or what somebody from the media says that your record is. So, but thank you for that. Anybody else? Okay, we're going to move right along. The meeting is not over. However, we have 2 more items to go through. And the next one is item 12B1, and staff has scheduled an executive session as allowed under Florida State Statute 447.605 with the board to discuss negotiations with the IAFF for Battalion Chief Unit. The meeting will be held today, immediately following this regular session and the meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. This meeting is exempt from Florida State Statute 286.011. Discussions are limited to the matter related to the negotiation. Members of the bargaining committee will be present at the executive session and will include, the record does say Suzanne Boyle, she is not here today. However, excuse me?
Okay, that's human resources.
Okay, Director of Human Resources. However, Michael Zito will be present in lieu, and it is on record. The Deputy County Administrator, David Johnson, Director of Emergency Services, Kristen Daniels, Budget Director, Labor Attorney, Benton Wood, the County Administrator, John Titkanich, as well as all 5 of the county commissioners. That item should take, it is anticipated that will take about an hour. At the end of that, we will have a staff-scheduled executive session as allowed under Florida State Statute 447.605 with the board to discuss the IAFF for the rank and file unit. The meeting will be held today, immediately following that executive session with the Board of County Commissioners regarding the concerns. The meeting is exempt from Florida State Statute 286.011. Discussions are limited related to matters of the negotiation, and members of the bargaining committee will be present at the executive session and will include, yes, the record says Suzanne Boyle, Director of Human Resources. She is not here today. However, it will include Mike Zito in lieu, and he is the Deputy County Administrator. David Johnson, Director of Emergency Services, Kristen Daniels, Budget Director, Labor Attorney, Benton Wood, and County Administrator John Titkanich. We will now be proceeding up to the second floor and have that executive session. At the conclusion, we will return here to gavel the meeting. Thank you all for your participation and understanding. Executive session has now been concluded on both the cords. We are all back returned into the chambers. And at this time, seeing no further work for the greater good, meeting adjourned.